I don't know. Oh, there it is. I got it. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. The time is now 5:33 p.m. Welcome to the Harlingen City Commission meeting, a special meeting that has been posted as required by state law. We do have a quorum of the commission as everyone is present. At this time, I would ask that for everyone to please rise as Commissioner Kinsley leads us in our invocation.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion. Allow us to grow closer as a group and nurture the bonds of community. Fill us with your grace, Lord God, as we make decisions that will affect the community of Harlingen. And continue to remind us that all we do here today, all that we accomplish is for the pursuit of truth, for the greater glory of you, and for the service of humanity. We ask these things in your name. Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I will get them to you. All right, Mark?
Under state law, a conflict of interest exists if a council member or certain members of that person's family has a qualifying financial interest in an agenda item. Members with a conflict of interest cannot participate in the discussion nor vote on the agenda item. Are there any known conflicts of interest to disclose at this time?
None.
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 Nope. None.
None.
All right.
Okay, moving on to citizen communication. At this time, the public is invited to address the City Commission and speak on any matter not specifically listed for public hearing elsewhere in this agenda. Please note that the City Commission members may not respond to comments or deliberate on topics addressed. Mayor, we did have a total of 6 citizens that signed up for citizen communication. 3 of those pertain to public comments, and 3 of those pertain to public hearing.
Okay.
So
Fantastic.
the first one.
I do see, we just want to make sure, because we do have both, and that we're allowing folks to speak where they want to speak. So the first one signed up for citizen communication is Robert Leftwich. Do you want citizen communication or in the public hearing?
Public hearing is going to be before or after you all take action.
I'm sorry?
You can deliberate and then have a public hearing?
We're going to have, so the way that this will go for those that are in the room is that we will have citizen communication, and then we'll have a presentation from the Charter Review Committee. There will be discussion with the Commission and the Charter Review Committee. Then we will open it up for a public hearing at that time. You'll wait? Okay. Next, we have Ron Lozano.
Same response.
Same? Okay. And Melinda. Good
evening, Mayor, Commissioners, citizens. Today I speak to you not just as a member of this community, but as a volunteer. Our volunteer board members come from a diverse background, bringing with them a wealth of knowledge and perspectives that enrich our decision-making processes. We do this because we believe in the potential of our community and want to contribute to its growth and success. However, recent remarks of our integrity and efforts have been deeply disheartening. My comment here today is directed at Commissioner Messmer and comments made in the Valley Morning Star. Quote, Messmer did not want to speak before the issues come to the Commission. He said as a part of a statement. However, Messmer said he will bring a verbal shotgun to the meeting, end quote. Sir, we're allies. And when you use words like that, you raise them against an enemy. Not a committee you appointed. When I read the undue hostility, it not only demoralizes our efforts, you risk undermining the collaborative spirit that drives progress. Moreover, such negative behavior discourages future volunteers from stepping forward. If we create an environment with distrust and negativity, we'll struggle to attract qualified and dedicated individuals that are willing to serve. This weakens the very fabric of our community governance. In conclusion, I'd like to thank the commissioners for considering the contributions and suggestions the board made. We all share the same goal, and that's to make the community better. Yours in service, Amicus Comicio.
Thank you. Okay. You're usually over here, so I'm getting,
I know. I'm
sorry.
I know. Okay, so that concludes, I guess, our citizen communication. So we'll move on to our next topic, which is public hearings. At this time, the mayor will invite members of the public who have filled out the public hearing and the
Okay,
citizen communication.
hang on one second, Melinda. That's not what we're going to do first.
Oh.
Yeah, so it is, I guess you can read that, but just to be clear, we're going to have the presentation from the Charter Review Committee first, and then we'll open it up for a public hearing. So you can read that, and then I'll just qualify. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Public hearing. At this time, the mayor will invite members of the public who have filled out the public hearing and the citizen communication form to address each item listed in this section. Please limit your comments to the topic of that public hearing. If more than one public hearing is being held, you will be allowed to speak during each topic, provided you have filled out the public hearing and citizen communication form for the appropriate topic. If you are signed up for 2 or more public hearings, you will be limited to 5 minutes for all topics.
Okay. So now we are at item 1, the public hearing regarding the proposed recommendations and amendments to the Harlingen City Charter by the City of Harlingen 2024 Charter Review Committee. And so for, obviously, again, welcome to everyone. I know there are a few that just walked in. Welcome to the meeting. Do want to reiterate kind of a little bit the procedure that we're going to follow for today's meeting. It's a little different than our other meetings. What we're going to do is we are going to hear from the Charter Review Committee through the person that they have selected to be their spokesperson. We are going to allow her to present. She will go through each item, recommendation, and then she'll also provide whatever it is that she is going to speak on the specific section of the charter. And that'll be on the PowerPoint.
Yes, the PowerPoint will have all the changes to the charter that were added.
Okay.
In your charter packet, the red lines were not going to be on the PowerPoint, only those that were added.
Okay.
So, yes, that'll be in the PowerPoint.
So I will ask the commission to allow Ms. Delia to speak. And once she's finished speaking on that section, then we can open it up for questions from the commission with Ms. Delia. And then once the commission has finished with their questions, then we'll move on to the second item and then the third, and that's how we will continue the process. And then once we are done, then we will open it up for a public hearing for the community members to be able to speak as well. Okay, so we'll go ahead with item number 1, and I will open the floor to Ms. Delia.
Mayor, before she begins her presentation, I would like to acknowledge the members of the Charter Review Committee that were appointed, beginning with Delia Avila, who will be our spokesperson for tonight, Melinda Weaver, Carly Burns-Thomas, Michael Garza, Victor Leal, Don Ray Leonard, and Liz Chavez. For those of you that are in the audience, please just stand and be recognized for your efforts. Thank you all for volunteering, and we met 8 times, and each meeting was over 2 hours long. The committee never complained. There were 12 articles in the charter, 99 sections. We went over each and every one of those in nauseam, and By the time we were finished, we ended up with 101 sections. So I simply want to thank the committee. Also, the committee had chosen Delia and Liz to be the spokesperson for the committee, but Liz came down with, she's sick, and so she couldn't be here today, so she sends her apologies. So Delia will be doing the presentation on her own, along with help from Josh and myself. So with that, Delia, if you would, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I am Delia Avila, a committee member of the Charter Review Committee. This evening represents the culmination of many, many hours of work. 8 hours sounds like a small number. It felt like many, many more hours to me, and that represents the seriousness in which each one of us took this endeavor. We were appointed to participate in this committee. The commission brought this committee together. I want to thank the committee for doing so. Not all cities do that, and it happens infrequently. The last time that the city of Harlingen brought a charter review committee together was 2006, 18 years ago. And so I want to thank each of you for giving us the opportunity to review the charter, which is the constitution of the city of Harlingen, and provide our input. It was an honor for each of us, and we conducted hours of research in our own time outside of the review committee meetings to consider what we might think would work for the city of Harlingen. Our mindset was in terms of looking forward to the future, to consider how things stand today, and observe what is working in other cities and see if they might be adopted for the city of Harlingen. So this evening we'll be presenting the recommendations as provided by the committee. I am representing the committee this evening, and I look forward to your questions and comments. I'm here to answer as much as I can on behalf of the committee, and we'll get started. So first slide represents Article 1, Act of Incorporation, Corporate Name, and General Powers. There are no substantive changes to this article.
Delia, if I could, I did tell you that I was going to mention at the beginning of the meeting that any change to grammar, any change to pronouns, and any archaic terms will not be discussed tonight. Those are just taken that we made them in the charter. They're in your charter packet, but we're going to focus on the other issues and the other changes that we made.
And Gabe, our packet is what was sent to us by Josh? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
If you have one.
Yes, and he's got copies for it.
Correct. There were typos throughout the charter, simple grammatical errors that will be made and will not be mentioned this evening. So when you see the term no changes, it means there were no substantive changes to the actual.
Here, you have one.
All right, thank you.
So moving on to Article 3, Elections. There are two substantive changes here. Section 2, Election Controlling Laws. This change involves providing city election hours for early voting on the runoff elections and on election day to be consistent with the Cameron County election hours for those corresponding days. The interest in proposing this change was to ensure that cities' polling hours were consistent with the state elections and to ensure that voters had uniform and consistent polling hours. Then, same Article 3, Section 4, Public Spaces, Notice of Elections. This change involves publicizing notices in public spaces, as well as broadcast media, in addition to print media, which is already in the charter. The interest in proposing this change is to modernize the way that the City of Harlingen notifies its residents of notices by using modern forums such as online public spaces. Article 4, municipal government.
Before you move
Yes.
on, let's go ahead and pause after each slide and see if the commission has any questions.
Yes.
Is there any questions on Article 3, Section 2, or 4? Okay, thank you. Moving on.
Okay. Article 4, Section 2, qualifications. This change involves ensuring that we're providing clarification on the term indebted to the city, which has been removed from the charter per our proposed change. This would mean that we're clarifying that each citizen must be in good standing and maintain a residence in the city, and if applicable, the district in which they represent. The interest here was that we were providing clarity throughout the charter. These words stood out in terms of indebted to the city. It would be confusing to citizens to consider that indebted could be misinterpreted as being a literal debt to the city. And so this change suggests that it is not about being indebted to the city, but about being in good standing.
Any questions?
We lowered the age from 21 to 18 for qualification.
Yes. We were going to recommend that we leave it at 21.
Basically, the Texas Texas code provides, when it talks about eligibility for public office, it has 18.
It does.
But there's another section that talks about home rule cities and provides that home rule cities can establish an age of 21.
Are we a home rule city?
Yes, we are. Home rule city is a city that's governed by charter. So Harlingen is a home rule city.
So Delia, when the discussion came up within the committee, was the decision to change it to 18 because you wanted it to comply with the state requirement, the state law, or was it a decision to change it because the committee wished to change it from 21 to 18, if you recall?
My recollection is that this was to align better with state law.
Okay. Are there any questions?
If you could just go, Delia, a little indebted, and I had that exact question when I ran, right? And in fact, I think one of my first conversations with Mark before I even announced my candidacy was to make sure I did not owe any debt to the city outside of, your annual taxes that you pay, in February or whatnot. Isn't that what it means, or do you all have a separate interpretation of indebted?
I think the problem is at what point, I think the issue should be one of delinquency, not of indebtedness. Because, for example, if someone received a traffic ticket, they would technically owe that money to the city. If someone owed property taxes but wasn't yet delinquent on the payment, they would owe money to the city, but there wouldn't necessarily be a delinquency. So perhaps the proper issue the commission should address is one of delinquency, not of indebtedness.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mark.
I want a clarification real quick. So right now, what we're doing is we're just hearing what Delia is saying, and then if we have questions of the charter committee, we ask that, but we're not discussing it, like if we want to keep it or change it or what. We're not doing that yet.
Correct.
So, correct, right. These are, because we want her to be able to go through everything and hear what she has.
And not keep her here till like 2 in the
Yes.
morning.
Yeah, and I'm not addressing any legal issues until we discuss
Correct,
it.
correct. So this is just clarification. We want to know what the committee, came up with and and the reasoning behind that. And then we will come back, we'll give public opportunity to speak, and then we'll come back. And if there's items that we need to go through individually, we'll do that and talk amongst ourselves if that's something that we need to do depending on how the evening goes. So, all right, we have gone through this, and so my takeaway from this is that the committee made this change based on a legal opinion that there would be a need to change because the state requires 21, but now we've learned that based on the type of city that we have, that the city, home rule cities have the opportunity to establish an age of 21. And so that's something that we can discuss after. But the committee, just to be clear, didn't go out of their way to change it from 21 to 18 because they want a whole bunch of 18-year-olds running for office, right? Is that
Right,
That's
correct.
right. Okay. All right. Moving on.
Moving on, Article 4, Municipal Government, Section 5, Duties and Powers of the Mayor. The committee recommends that we provide the mayor a vote and to make motions and second motions.
So I'm sorry, we may have missed this. We talk about the last article, Article 4, Section 3. I don't know if it was on the last slide.
I noticed that we didn't have a.
Yeah, that's not on there. Was there a reason for the change from 6 months to 1 year?
And maybe that's a Josh, because he prepared this for us.
Yeah.
That's a residency requirement.
Right, that was the same residency requirement on the qualifications, so we want to make sure that we pair them together. That's the same requirement.
Like a state requirement?
No, because
No.
here it talks about, in Section 2, it talks about just being a resident of the city for 1 year. But if you look at Section 3, it talks about you have to live in your district for 1 year before you can run, which is a distinction.
Oh,
Right.
All right? I just want to know why the increase from 6 months to 1 year.
you, Delia?
It was one of the recommendations that the committee made as a whole. I would defer to Mark or Gabe to the city manager or city attorney too.
They just didn't want someone moving from one district to the other right before the election and then running for that district. So they wanted to make sure they were in that district before they ran for that particular office. So that was the only reason that I got out of the discussions from the committee. So that was
Right,
why.
and a home rule city does have the authority to do that
Mhm.
if it chooses to, as long as you don't exceed that 12 months residency requirement.
Even for districts.
Yes, as long as you don't exceed 12 months in the city, you can establish your own residency requirements.
Again, this is a recommendation, so the commission can.
Have we ever had that issue before?
Well, we haven't had districts for very long, but not that I can recall, no.
Maybe
I don't know
city
if-
secretary.
I don't know if you've got,
No, we've never had an issue like that, sir. We've always followed what's on the charter, and nobody has ever, talked or said anything different, so.
the only thing to keep in mind, obviously, is when we have to redistrict, and because of census data, and we do it and you're out of a district all of a sudden, so you've got to wait to meet the residency requirement if you're.
No, that's not
That's
true.
not-
Because then Daniel wouldn't be able to run.
No, I'm-
Everybody-
I'm-
That was one of
everybody
my
looks
other
at
questions
Daniel.
for
No, I meant- I meant-
Mark, if I could run for
like from
District
here.
2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So, again, there was not a slide, but based on Gabe's comments, it was the committee, the consensus of the committee.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes, there was a committee that came up with that.
Okay.
So moving on to Article 4, Municipal Government, Section 5, Duties and Powers of the Mayor. The committee recommends that we provide the mayor with a vote as a member of the City Commission and to be able to make motions and second motions. Our recommendation is based on the fact that City of Harlingen is the only city in the Rio Grande Valley that does not allow the mayor to vote. Also, there are examples of other cities, both in the Rio Grande Valley and in the state of Texas, who have the same size commission as Harlingen's and still allow the mayor the right to vote. For example, the city of South Padre Island has 5 commissioners and 1 mayor, and the mayor can vote. The city of Waco also has 5 commissioners and 1 mayor, and the mayor can vote there as well. Some things to consider in terms of why it would be important for the mayor to vote is, 1, the mayor, particularly here in the city of Harlingen, is the only representative, elected representative who represents the city at large. So without having a member on the commission, without having a member on the commission to vote on behalf of the city as a whole, we are doing a disservice to our community. Also, the mayor's vote can become part of the voting record and can therefore be held more accountable for their voting record, and thereby giving more transparency and power to the people to be able to make sure that their elected representatives are representing them. Those are generally the reasons for our recommendation. And lastly, I also want to state that there is language in other parts of the charter that refer to 4/5 vote, and that if the commission chooses to propose this change or support this change, then we would have to consider changing the language in other parts of the charter to reflect supermajority instead of 4/5.
Are there any questions for this section? Okay. Moving on.
Okay. Next section is Article 4, Municipal Government, Investigation for City Commission. The brief summary of this change is that we are removing the ability to place someone in jail, we have removed the verbiage that states not exceeding a fine of $100 and 3 days in city jail. No witness shall be excluded from testifying about his knowledge of the matter under investigation in any inquiry. The reason we're proposing to remove that language is to align better with state law. Since we cannot punish by, or rather, we would require other means to punish someone for not.
This language came from legal counsel, so.
And actually, I have an additional suggestion on this one. You get to.
You do? Okay.
So maybe on moving forward, Delia, if there's any items that were really directed by Mark, just let us know, and that might be easier for us to kind of go right through those and move along, and then we can circle back with Mark.
Okay. Article 4, Municipal Government, Section 9, Compensation of Mayors and City Commissioners. So the committee debated long and hard on this proposed change, and at the end we reached consensus that we propose that first of all, that we remove the word salary from the charter, and that we replace it with another word. Right now, the proposed change states sum, that we provide an exact sum of $15,000 for each commissioner and $25,000 for the mayor. This is an update from the current amounts of $5,000 and $3,000, which were drafted at the time of the original charter, and more readily reflects today's economy, and also prevents any fluctuation of the amount by stating that this is the exact sum that would be provided. At the end of the day, we do recognize that this is that to serve as a commissioner or mayor is a public service, and so we're not denying the fact that passion and commitment to the community is necessary, but we wanted to provide something to open the doors for more people to participate in city government. To not have a stipend to support oneself limits the number of people who could potentially run for office. And by providing a little additional stipend, we potentially open the doors for more people from the community who might not otherwise be able to afford to run for office and to sustain themselves during their term.
That section also provides for health insurance coverage for the mayor and commission.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any questions? I do have one question. Okay, we're going to ask everyone to just, let's be respectful, and so we can hear our speaker. Where did you come up with this number?
These numbers were
Or not you,
recommended-
sorry, committee.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, the committee. Yes, yes. How did the committee, just to be clear, come up with this figure?
Right. The committee was looking at figures in other cities here in the Rio Grande Valley. The city of Brownsville has higher figures. I believe it's $40,000 and $25,000 in the city of Brownsville. We considered the fact that Harlingen is smaller than Brownsville, and we also had a very healthy debate internally in our committee that we are not interested in providing a full salary or a significantly large stipend to the commission. However, we do want to recognize that our economic landscape has changed, and the existing numbers of 3,000 and 1,500 is too low to really expect our commission, to manage expenses during the course of their term. We also are interested in providing a small stipend. In the overall scheme of things, this number is still small. In the interest that the commission be more accessible during daytime hours. We recognize that it can be difficult to juggle a full-time career in addition to elected office, and by providing slightly higher stipends, we hope that the commissioners would be able to be more accessible during business hours to the public.
And is it the committee's recommendation to have this proposition with both items? Because it looks like you have made a change to the salary, and then you've added language for the city's health insurance.
Correct.
So that would be in one, is that one recommendation, or is it two?
They are ultimately two separate recommendations, but we leave it to the commission to decide the best way to move forward. Mm-hmm. However, we can consider both of these as two separate recommendations, one for a stipend and another for health insurance. The committee would like to propose that both be offered.
Okay. And can you elaborate when you say that the mayor and the city commission will have city health insurance? What do you mean by that? Like, is that they get to buy into the city's health insurance, it's provided, just what was the discussion?
The discussion was that the commission could opt in to this health insurance.
I think the committee felt that the commission should have the health insurance without having to buy it. So it would be provided just like we do to the employees. So that was a recommendation from the committee, and that was the direction that we felt that they gave us.
Okay.
Couple questions. Is the health insurance a must take?
No, I think the language the committee suggested was to opt in,
Okay.
to allow commissioners to opt in.
And then the other question, what about 457 plan and the defined benefit plan?
That was not discussed. One of the issues that came up was that this was a stipend, not a salary. So generally, those deductions for TMRS and 457s, even a 401A plan when we had it, were for salary deductions, so they wouldn't apply.
Okay.
And so the reason I asked that question is kind of the same as Mike, because it reads, the mayor and city commission will have the city's health insurance, so it reads as if you will, like you have to. So more, would the committee, do you believe that the committee would be fine with changing that language to say that you can choose to or opt to, not that you're required to?
Yes.
Is there any other questions? Thank you.
Okay. Article 4, Municipal Government, Section 11, City Manager. We made a change to letter I and J, our new bullets to the list. Letter I allows the city manager to have the assistant city manager attend city commission meetings in their absence. And letter J suggests that neither the commission nor its members can basically have power, instruct or request the city manager or any of their subordinates to approve or remove from office or employment any person except with respect to those officers who are to be filled by the appointment by commission. The spirit behind the proposed letter J change is to provide more clarity, a clear boundary between elected officials and city employees as reflected by the city's organizational chart.
Questions? Okay, moving on.
Article 4, Municipal Government, Section 14, Appointive Officers and Employers, Qualifications, Salaries, and Services in General. Very simply, the city attorney and city auditor can be hired or fired by a majority vote of the entire city commission. The purpose behind this was to suggest that in order to hire or remove someone, city attorney or city auditor would require all commissioners to participate in a vote. And currently, the charter states that 3 affirmative votes are required. So this is a change to suggest that all commissioners have to participate in that
So
vote.
this is an all or none?
Majority vote.
I think
Well, it currently is a majority vote.
excuse me. I'm the one who made this suggestion. The reasoning behind this is we had it in the charter as recommend. The city manager would recommend city attorney and an internal auditor. From my experience, the short time that I've been here, after Mr. Gonzalez took office, at that time, the internal auditor resigned within 30 days. And then we hired one a year later. So that was a long time to be without an internal auditor. So instead of waiting for a recommendation, we can review the applications and make the suggestion and proceed instead of waiting for 12 months. That's why I brought this up.
Commissioner, there was no internal auditor when I took office.
Pardon me?
The internal auditor was vacant, that position, when I took office.
So instead of 12 months, it was 13 months?
No, it was quite some time. We just couldn't find somebody qualified for the position. So, but that position was already vacant when I took office.
But, so I'm confused. Currently, a majority can fire the city attorney, and these two fellows here fired the last city attorney. It was 4-1. How does this language change this behavior?
It goes from
No,
recommendation.
no, excuse me. I'm asking the fine lady here.
How does it change it? I think that it's providing language that suggests that depending on, regardless of the size of the commission, it is required to have a majority vote by the entire commission in order to hire or fire.
But that's the way it is now.
So I just, I can appreciate that. And I think, just so, I don't know if we're explaining this correctly, it here, and I'm looking at the old charter, or not the old charter, the charter, and then the change. And so I don't know, Delia, if you're following that. Before, it said, just like Commissioner Morales said, the city attorney and the internal auditor are to be recommended by the city manager. And so now it would not be recommended by the city manager. It's just that the city attorney and the city auditor can be hired or fired. So it removes city manager from making the recommendation. And so I guess the question is was that the intent of the committee to make that change?
Yes, it was the intent of the committee to make that change.
So you want to weaken the position of the city manager and transfer power from the city manager to the council.
Not her specifically, the committee. Yes, the committee.
Let's be respectful of
I
Ms.
am.
Avila and say the committee, not
Okay, well,
her. I did that earlier too.
Plural you.
So
The
and
royal you.
and I just
I could
and
say
just
y'all.
for clarity, I wanted to fully understand if that was the intent. We've heard from Commissioner Morales that was his intent, but it was also the committee's, and it was because to change it, the majority, to say majority or 3 with the current composition of the commission is the same thing, right? Because 3 is the majority now. And I just,
If I may, I think I can clarify it.
well, in addition to that, I don't know if the committee, and my follow-up question is if the committee considered that the recommendation from the city manager is just solely a recommendation. And so it still comes to the commission to hire or fire. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the commission has to hire or fire what's recommended by the city manager. Does that make sense? Or did I just confuse the issue
Yes.
even more?
No, that makes sense. But to answer your previous question, it was the committee who argued and voted in favor of this change.
Okay. Do you have something, Mark?
Yeah, the section that was changed in the original charter, it says, but hired or fired by 3 affirmative votes of the commission. One of the other measures being considered by the commission is whether the mayor votes or not.
Right.
So if you have 3 votes and you have the mayor voting, it's no longer a majority. So the reason for, my understanding of the reason for the change was to provide for a majority of the commission as opposed to 3 votes, because we don't know at this point whether the commission will refer that to the voters for the mayor to vote.
And that's how I understood it too. So that's why I asked for further clarification. But Ms. Avila is saying that is not the case, and it was with intention to change that language, and in addition to that language, to remove the recommendation from city manager and for it just to be the city commission and the that's it, the city commission to hire or fire. I just, functionality wise, I just don't know how that would work, because as a commission, we don't receive applications. We receive from city manager if the position did the committee think or envision that applications would come to the commission to review?
under this change, what would happen is that the commission would have to review the applications and then pick people to interview and then go through the process as opposed to the city manager.
Right, so I just don't know if there was a comprehensive look at, the unintended consequences of things.
I don't think that those things were taken into consideration when we made our arguments. But to our city attorney's point, we did also discuss the fact that the size of the commission possibly changing, or rather, the people on the commission who could vote by providing a vote to the mayor, that might change what majority would mean. So that was included in our conversations.
Okay, and I think that makes sense, and you talked about that a little on the previous slide in reference to changing 4/5 to a supermajority, which would make sense to say majority instead of 3 if that were to change, and in the future should, as the city continues to grow 20 years from now or what have you, and you add more districts, maybe there's 6 single-member districts or 7 in the future, then those 3 will now be outdated. But if you have language of majority, then as the city grows, you don't have to constantly be making that change to have a numerical value. You just say a majority or supermajority. Is that pretty much accurate? Okay.
Correct, yes.
So did you have any other follow-up questions?
No, this helps clarify. Thank you.
Gentlemen? Okay, thank you.
Our next suggested change is Article 4, Municipal Government, Section 17, Public Notices of Elections. This is a new section. We are suggesting through this section that any publications also be included in public spaces, which includes the city webpage, all social media platforms available to the city, as well as broadcast media, to include City Hall, and print media, of course, which is already in the charter when available in English and in Spanish. The spirit behind this change is basically simply to modernize the charter, to raise the expectation of publication beyond just print media, and to include online spaces such as social media and especially the City of Harlingen's website.
Questions? Thank you. Moving on.
Next change is Article 5, Legislation, Ordinances, and Resolutions, Section 1, Meeting of City Commission. We are recommending that the commission schedule one meeting a month at 5:30 p.m. The spirit behind this recommendation is to allow the public to have access to the commission, public who might be otherwise unable to attend commission meetings during daytime hours, to be able to attend at least the 5:30 p.m. meeting.
Don't we already do that? Is
Yes.
it in our current charter?
It is not currently in the charter, and yes.
So it's tradition, not in the charter.
It is tradition. It is not written explicitly in the charter. We had some healthy debate about that, and we suggested that we would be simply making a requirement, safeguarding for the future to ensure greater access to the commission.
Then have you considered emergencies? Let's say the big hurricane comes through, we have to wait till 5:30?
Did the committee?
When I say you, I mean the committee.
Yes.
Plural you.
Oh, yes, I understand that. I'm representing the committee.
Yes.
Did we have that conversation about natural disasters, how it would impact the schedule? No, we did not. But we didn't specify which meeting had to be at 5:30.
From the way I'm,
Okay, so you're only calling for one meeting
For
at
one
5:30?
Yes.
that's what it says.
And then we could do tradition or have an emergency meeting as necessary when a big event happens.
Correct, correct.
Thank you.
Here it says, but at least once a month.
Yes. I got it. But I don't think it's that clear because it would say, once a month the commission shall meet instead of using the and, if that's the intent.
But at least once a month.
And shall meet if, what is it?
at-
Right?
But
You wouldn't use and, you'd say,
yes.
but at least once a month the commission shall meet at 5:30. Right?
And I think that's language that can be cleaned up, but
Correct.
the intent
Yeah.
from the committee is kind of what we're wanting to get. And then we're going to rely on Mark here to make sure that the language is clear and accurate. But so it was not the intent that all meetings at all times be at 5:30.
No.
Okay. Got it. And I think do we have it by ordinance?
Yes, the only time that would not matter is if there's an ordinance in place saying that all meetings have to be after 5 o'clock.
Okay.
And so then it would, no matter what the charter says, they'd all have to be at.
Got it.
And that raises a great point because we understand that we defer to our city attorney to clean up our language as needed.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No, okay, moving on.
Section 5, enactment of ordinances, resolutions, and motions. We are suggesting additional language to be adopted. An ordinance must be presented and approved at 2 separate city commission meetings. And the addition that we're adding in is accept the budget, maintenance, and operations, and interest in sinking, which may be adopted at a special meeting. The purpose of adding in that verbiage is to suggest that the commission have the flexibility to schedule special meetings when it comes to anything that requires budget planning or setting of a budget so that you can remain in compliance.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, that our regular scheduled city commission meetings are, I'm sorry, no, you can call a special meeting, and it doesn't need to be on the regular first and third Wednesday of the month if there needs to be a special meeting to adopt or to have a budget workshop, maintenance and operations, which is what we already do, I think, right?
I'm sorry, what was your question, Mayor?
We already do this. So it says, to be adopted, an ordinance must be presented and approved at 2 separate city commission meetings, except the budget, maintenance, and operations, interest in sinking, which may be adopted at a special meeting.
Okay.
Because we currently have special meetings already.
Yes, we do. And the committee wanted to require that all ordinances be adopted at a regular meeting. The concern I had was that when we get down to the crunch time, if the commission still has deliberations on the budget and we can't pass it at a regular meeting and we have to have a special meeting, the charter would prevent that. So I asked to consider exempting out the budget, the M&O, and the INS rates to allow us to have a special meeting to actually do that and still meet the guidelines. And so they carved that out of that particular section only to allow ordinances that deal with the budget and those 2 items to be approved at a special meeting.
So the current charter says to be adopted, an ordinance must be presented and approved at 2 separate city commission meetings. So that's what it already says in the charter. So when we have our special meetings, are we saying that we shouldn't be doing that?
No, we want that ability to actually do that, to adopt anything dealing with the budget at a special meeting. We've adopted our budgets at regular meetings in the past, but we want to be able to do that at a special meeting if the need arises.
Okay, so we're clarifying the
Yes.
language and we're adding language. We're not really taking away anything. We're just
Right,
adding
right,
language.
because we for instance, now we're getting into, on the 25th, we'll get the certified tax rolls from the appraisal district, and so we want to be able to have ample time that the commission can address some of the special projects they talked about. And if we go beyond having a regular meeting, we can do it at a special meeting.
Okay.
And we're not going to do that this year, obviously, because the charter is still in play. But should it be changed, we'd like for that provision to be in it.
And that was my question, that
Yes.
in previous years, it was always, you waited until there was a regularly scheduled city commission meeting, either the first or the third Wednesday, to be able to do this, but it's difficult because when you are working with a tight timeline, then that can potentially impact that. And so this is to help with governance in terms of more flexibility to be able to adopt the budget and.
Right, and it's only dealing with the budget. Everything else still has to be done at regular meetings.
Well, no, this is becoming more rigid. That's what this is.
Well,
Right, so
that's what I thought so
It is.
initially, but then he's saying that it's not.
Section 5, if you look at it, says, to be adopted, an ordinance must be presented and approved at 2 separate city commission meetings.
It already says that in
that's
the
what-
budget.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what the committee wanted for everything.
Let me finish, please. Right? That's what it says right now. The language that they're putting in there says a regularly scheduled meeting, right? Must be approved at 2 separate. Then why are they adding that language?
That's what
Okay.
I'm asking.
Because you have regular meetings, then you have special meetings, right?
Then we already do this.
We already do this, correct? So this language is unnecessary.
Well, okay, so the way that this is the clarification I just got from you, was that the reason behind this is that in the past, every year, since this has been on the charter, on the books, you have only adopted a budget on the first or third Wednesday of the month, not at a special meeting. And so this gives them the flexibility, based on what the clarification from Gabe, that should you need to call a special meeting, obviously you still comply with, and give notice and all of that, that you can adopt it at a special meeting. And with this, you can't.
No, and this is the distinction I'm drawing, is that in what we have now doesn't make a distinction between regular and special meeting, right? What they're adding in the language here doesn't make a distinction between regular and special meeting, but for the budget. But the budget can already be approved at a special meeting in the language that we have now, because we've done it.
He's saying we
The
haven't.
committee wanted only for the commission to adopt ordinances at a regular meeting. That was their intent.
But that's not what it says in here.
No, they wanted to make that change.
I understand, but even in the added language doesn't have that in here.
And, well, what the intent was that any ordinance that we had that had to be adopted could only be adopted on the first or third Wednesday of every month. That's it. And then so we wanted an exemption for the budget, because we can't have a special meeting to adopt an ordinance for the budget if this doesn't pass.
So what should be added in the red language is, to be adopted, an ordinance must be presented and approved at 2 separate regular city commission meetings.
Right.
That's what it should
And
be.
that was the intent of the committee. They only wanted ordinances to be adopted at regular meetings.
But, and this is just, remind me, please. I remember when we were going through like some of the waterworks stuff, and we had the Texas Water Development Board meeting, like they had us, we needed to rush and get an ordinance done. We had a special meeting. In that example, if we were to make this change, we would not be able to do that.
Right, that's what the committee wants. They only want you to work on regular meetings, and so that's the problem.
Yeah.
So
we better
okay,
be-
So now we're going back and forth with this. So just for clarification, and I want the clarification from Mark, okay? The current charter reads, to be adopted, an ordinance must be presented and approved at 2 separate city commission meetings. That's what it says right now.
Correct.
So, listening to Daniel, we should read this to mean separate city commission, that language means any commission meeting, whether it be special or a regular city commission meeting. Is that your reading of that, or does this mean, because it's already in the charter, that it is, and this is what happens when you
Well,
have these lawyers
I have the
and-
benefit of having listened to the charter committee have this discussion.
Okay, I love the committee, they're awesome, but I want to know what this means in the charter.
Yeah, I think the intent was to have the commission acting on passing ordinances at regular meetings.
Based on
But
our
Dennis-
current charter.
Right. That was
And that's what Dave was
the
saying.
intent.
Yeah, and I'm saying,
And the exception was because if we got into a time crunch on the budget or something else like that, that we would be able to meet at special meetings because we have those statutory time limitations.
What I would like to see, Commissioner, is just leave it alone.
Yeah.
Because that allows us to have any meeting right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
So I agree, but I think that, it's our interpretation of how we're reading it. So I just want clarity, because Mark, you just said that the charter, and so did you, Gabe, but now you've changed to, based on what Daniel said. So it's just, we just want it to be clear, because it's important. We want to make sure that we're not violating our charter. And so if it says here, 2 separate city commission meetings, I read that to mean regular meetings, because there's no designation, because you don't put regular city commission meeting, you just put city commission meeting or special.
Special meeting.
Yeah, so it's, you don't,
I think we just have too many lawyers.
no, I agree, but now, which is why we want to respect the committee, and I think I've been clear that whatever the committee wants to do, we should adopt, but it has to go through legal.
Well,
Yeah.
I think the intent was to have regularly separate meetings. But if you're asking me about the language, what's put there, 2 separate city commission meetings just means 2 meetings.
Correct.
It could
That's-
either mean a regular or a special meeting.
Correct.
But I think from the discussion that was had, I think the intent of the committee was to make the commission pass ordinances at regular meetings with the exception of what's put in there.
I just don't know why they would even think that, like, how does that come
That
up?
was the suggestion.
Mayor, I don't know, it just came out of the blue at one of the discussions that they didn't want the committee to, the
I'm
commission to do
I'm just
that,
wondering.
and so I said, well, if you do that, if we can only adopt ordinances at first and third Wednesday, then that's going to mess us up for the budget.
Well, what's the point of having special meetings
Well-
if you can't, workshops, there's no action, but
Yeah.
we have had, and that's why I was asking, like, I want to make sure that we have been in compliance, because there are times that we're like, well, we need to hold a special meeting because of, like, exactly what you said. So,
And
Delia,
I'm sorry, Mayor, but generally, whenever you have issues dealing with the budget, it's time consuming because it's a large number. This year's budget is $111 million, so it takes quite a few meetings to get there. So sometimes, if we do what the committee wants, we'll only be able to meet the first and third Wednesday to adopt the budget. And that's going to make it awfully difficult.
I just want to make sure that's what the committee wants. So can we hear one more time from Ms. Avila?
So I think I need to state as well that our discussions as a committee was centered on responding to the comments from the commission on charter revisions. At the start of our committee meetings, we were given some comments from the commission to consider. One of those comments involved considering whether 2 readings of ordinances were necessary as opposed to 1. So we did debate internally that idea, and we decided as a committee that we wanted to keep it to 2, as is stated in the charter.
That's completely different than what was presented to us, and so I thank you for that clarification, because we already do that too.
Right.
We do this.
I'm telling you, the way we're going, Commissioner Perez is going to say only one lawyer on the commission at one time. Right?
I'm about to add it to the charter.
Add it to the charter, right? Like,
Okay, well, I just want us following the rules. All right, so just to be clear, committee wanted to stay with 2 readings and not have just 1 reading of an ordinance and then it be adopted.
Correct.
And it was not a special meeting, regular meeting.
No.
Because I don't think that the committee really truly, not to say that, the committee isn't involved in the day-to-day of the governance of the city and all the commission meetings to make that that distinction between the 2. Some are. I know I see Dawn Ray looking at me, and so she comes to the meeting, so she knows, but not everyone, right? To know that we call special meetings and city commission meetings. Okay, so that makes me feel a little better, because we want to respect the process, right? The integrity of the committee, but making sure that legal and not really tying the hands of the commission to be able to do the work that's needed.
yeah.
Okay, all right, sorry. You would think that there'd be others that had more debate. Okay, So we're good there? And we're moving on?
Moving on, Article 5, Legislation, Ordinances and Resolutions, Section 7, Publication of Ordinances. Once again, this is this is additional language to expand publication to online forums, particularly the City of Harlingen website, in addition to what is already existing in the charter as a local newspaper. And again, the spirit behind this proposed change is to expand access to the community, to modernize where we publicize notices, and in this case, publicize ordinances.
So, okay. Thank you. I did have a question, but I answered my own question. Is there any questions from the commission? Moving on.
Article 6, Finance, Section 2, Taxation. We are inserting language, this specific phrase, the city shall, except to that extent limited by the Texas Utilities Code, Title II, the Public Utility Regulatory Act. The interest behind including this language is to align the charter with state law.
That came from legal.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, moving on.
Article 7, Acquisition and Ownership of Property. There are no substantive changes to this article. Article 8, Permanent Public Improvements and Parks. Section 7, Sanitary Sewers. This change proposes that all residents who live within 100 feet of a city sewer would be required to connect to the city sewer system. The interest behind this proposed change is to reduce the number of septic tanks in Harlingen.
Okay, so currently no one is required to connect to the sewage system?
I think that there's some change here. Looking at I was looking at the regular charter, that it says basically if you are within a certain, with proximity, that you have to connect. And if you don't connect, then the city will go out there and do it and then put a lien on your property. And it looks like that's what was taken off.
That's
Can you
correct.
talk a little bit about that?
So basically, it's one thing to require people to connect to the system. It's another thing to say, okay, look, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go onto your property, put the residential piping in there, go into your backyard, disconnect your septic system, and then slap a lien on your property, which is what the charter says right now. So basically, under this, it would still be required, but it would require the city to have to go to court if it wanted to do those things, because obviously the city can't just go onto private property and do this.
Okay, so this would force the people within 100 feet to connect. Is that correct?
It would require them to connect.
Okay, and if they don't?
Mark?
I think that part is already in the charter. The part that's being removed is the section about the fact that the city will do the work and then slap a lien on your property.
Right, it's private property.
That's what we're taking out.
Okay.
Okay, so if the city wanted to enforce this, it would have to go to court and get an order from the court to have it done, which would be the more orderly, proper way to do it.
I'm trying to. I think that that's what I read, and I'm trying to find it, that it's already in the charter that you're required to, and this is making it less burdensome on the.
It's making less burdensome on the citizens.
Right, because if what if they can't afford to do that?
Yeah, that's my question.
but that's what it says in the charter. And I think that, wasn't this a commission discussion at some point, or it was a Harlingen Waterworks discussion meeting where it was brought up by one of the trustees or somebody that asking, do we really even enforce this? Because that was the question. So I don't know.
I can't
I
think
don't
of
know
a
how it
single
came to the
instance where we
committee.
have gone on private property and done this.
I don't think we've ever done it.
And so then you got to think: can you even do that, right? Like, I'm sure there's some safeguards by the state, and so the state trumps the charter. And
Yeah.
so maybe this needs to be cleaned up by legal. Was that the intention of the committee, to make sure that you are compliance with state law?
Yes.
And to not be more place the burden so much on the resident, or walk me through it. Was it the committee's intent to say everybody must connect to the sewer?
Our intent was to clarify what was already in the charter, but to also align more accurately with the law.
Okay.
And to suggest, as our city attorney was pointing out, that we could not simply apply liens on residents.
Okay.
Right.
I agree with
The
that.
section to remove came from legal.
Okay. So is this one that you would defer to the
The
attorney?
committee is deferring to our city attorney.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you. Did you have Moving on.
Moving on, Article 9, Municipal Airport. There are no substantive changes to this article. Article 10, Public Utilities, Section 7, Utility Trustees. The committee is proposing that the Board of Trustees be expanded to 7 appointed members, 5 of whom would be appointed by the commissioners and 2 by the mayor, and also expanding the ex officio non-voting member status to include the commissioners. Our interest in proposing this change was to provide greater oversight of the board by the commission, including the mayor, and to also permit the commissioners to attend meetings and to observe as ex officio non-voting members.
You have a question? Oh, okay. Is there any questions for Ms. Avila? All right, thank you.
Article 11, Peace, Good, Order, and General Welfare Control, no substantive changes. Article 12, General Provisions, no substantive changes. And this concludes the list of proposed recommendations by our committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Avila. And again, I know Gabe mentioned, thank you to all of the members of the committee. We really appreciate all your efforts in going through the charter line by line and making those recommendations. So are there any questions at this time for Ms. Avila over what we've discussed? Okay. So I'll just ask for you to stay here just in case. And now what we can do, Ms. Melinda, is open up the public hearing.
Okay.
So
First in line, we have Mr. Robert Leftwich.
So at this time, we'll open up the public hearing, and our first speaker is Mr. Leftwich.
Okay, Robert Leftwich, 909 East Parkwood. First of all, I just wanted to say that I want to thank all the volunteers for the committee for what they've done, what they've sat through, what they've listened to, what they've contributed to, and their valuable time, their volunteer time. And the fact of the matter is, I feel like this process has glaringly been misstepped. First of all, it started off with who could be appointed to the board. I think it was said at one time, no renters, even though they were voters in Harlingen. If you were a renter, you couldn't be on the board. Then it said a business owner that was in the city, but not living in the city, presumably couldn't vote in the city, could be on the board. So that started off with a bad process. Then the second thing is that now we understand that the commission, and I appreciate the legal changes that need to be incorporated into the charter because it needs to be cleared up. The fact of the matter is that y'all have proliferated the board, the committee, with your recommendations. And glaringly, it looks like a power play for the mayor, right? And money and power. That's what it is. We're enhancing the power of the mayor. We're giving money. The fact is, a public servant, there's two types of elected officials. One is a public servant. And those are the people that you want that will consider the whole community. The other is a politician. Politicians think they need to be paid to sit there and represent you and go around and politic, make travel, do travel, stay in luxury hotels out of state. That's what we don't need. That's why it's better that we don't have a compensation, because for 110 years, we've progressed fairly well the way it's been. And to think that we're going to make Harlingen any better by adopting something just because we compared it to Brownsville, there are a lot of other cities that don't pay that are much larger. But that's not what we should be looking at. That's not a best practice to take one comparison. If there was other comparisons involved, that's fine. But the fact of the matter is, glaringly, why isn't there something on the taxation where it says, let's put on the ballot that the city of Harlingen is going to offer a homestead discount. Right now, you can do a homestead exemption, but the city of Harlingen does not give you a discount. How about that? Let's think about the residents and the citizens, not just the mayor and the compensation for the mayor and commissioners. That glaringly, this committee has regurgitated basically what y'all have sent it. And God bless them because they've debated it. But some of the legal stuff, they wouldn't have brought that up. But I guarantee the mayor compensation and the mayor's vote did not come from the committee.
Time is up, Mr. Lethbridge.
The fact of the matter, one last thing, is that one citizen attended the meeting and commented.
Thank you,
One
Mr.
citizen.
Lethbridge. Thank you, Mr. Lethbridge. Who's next?
Next, we have Ron Lozano.
Mr. Lozano?
Thank you. That last comment was glaringly incorrect. There may have been one citizen that showed up, but as the inquiry made, there was no chairperson, but no one was allowed to speak in this portion of America. And so a lazy, haphazard review leaves us, regular voters, with no chance to vote on anything substantive on our Constitution, like referendum or recall. Those items had been in there prior to 1960. And it talks about that everyone on that dais, with one exception, is running for the entire city. And so to get those two items, you have to have 15% of the entire city. Because the first speaker tonight told you from her heart that she'd spend a substantive amount of time delving into this. Yet, after she came here tonight to you, she admitted she has not even read the charter. That's why I use terms like, this was a very childish, to that extent, of when Gabe Gonzalez shut people down from speaking at those 8 so-called meetings, no one was allowed to speak because he had directives to not let anyone speak that's from this area. There was a commendable thing tonight by the mayor. She finally let due process proceed right now, even though it seemed the way she said it tonight even, that y'all were going to have a full-bodied discussion of the issues, then we were going to be allowed to have this comment. So ultimately, we're treated like hoi polloi. And whether we have a queen bee or not, Dan Lopez made a simple question. Why from 6 months to 1 year? Then that was too complex. So it was distorted by Gabe to show that a sneak candidate could go in into another district. But that's not what Dan simply asked. All he said is, why from 6 months to a year? Never answered. Never is going to be answered because of the directives he has. Therefore, I would ask you to scrap this, because possibly on the issue where shotgun salvos were going to be rumbling, the citizens of this city may finally arise. That collaborative...
Time is up, Mr. Lozano.
Collaborative spirit, we need something to have like a Holy Spirit. We really need to have a complete city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lozano.
Followed up by Raymond Reyes.
I didn't see you there. Mr. Reyes?
Raymond Reyes, 706 Nantucket. Well, it's a very interesting presentation. I myself agree with something that Mr. Leftwich said versus politicians and people doing things for the community and seeking to be elected. I don't necessarily agree with politicians getting paid, but, you know, times are changing. And the way I look at things, and I use that as an example, and maybe I shouldn't because I already have a lot of haters anyway, but I deal with it. You know, if you want to be involved in politics or whatever term you want to use, you know there's an obligation there. It's not a secret. You know there's a commitment, and you're going to, in theory, give it your best for the better good of the citizens and the community in general. Now, if you're a business owner, and I understand that employees from a business are a little bit different, but if you're a business owner, then you should be able to step up and analyze, you know what, I'm going to be committed to this, I'm doing it for the right reasons, so I need to make sure that I'm good financially, that I can afford to do this, I can take on this endeavor, and it's not going to hurt, you know, my financial, my dreams, my goals for my family, things of that nature. I mean, I was semi-retired at 42 because I knew what I wanted to do with my life. I knew where I wanted to be, and the way my kids were popping out grandbabies, I knew I had to do something. So by 56, I was set up financially to do the things that I wanted to do, which is I've been a lot at the meetings and I'm addressing other things, and, you know. So do I agree with the commissioners and the mayor getting paid? I mean, they should get some compensation. Don't get me wrong. You know, I definitely don't see about the insurance aspect, but, you know, maybe if they don't have insurance, or like Mr. Mesmar said, is it required? Do they have to opt in? You know, but again, my thing is on the whole thing in general is that we have to remember the elected officials. They have to look within themselves. Are they doing the best thing for the community they're representing and for the citizens of Harlingen? Because in theory, that's why the people up here went into that. They took on that burden to do the right things for the right reasons. And unfortunately, as things change, that doesn't always happen. I know, because I'm directly involved in that pit of trying to sort out things. And, you know, sometimes I feel like an investment person because people are talking and yapping, but when I show up, it gets very quiet because I'm not there to invite everybody for pan dulce like a lot of people know me. I'm there because there's a problem. And not that there's a problem here, but we just need to think about what we do before we do it and do it for the right reasons. So thank you for your time. The buzzer got me this time again, so not like yesterday, but you all have a good evening, and hopefully let's just keep moving forward for the right reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Okay. Next up, we have Ms. Dawn Ray Leonard.
Ms. Leonard?
Good evening. These are my personal thoughts, not necessarily the Charter Review Committee. A servant's heart is selfless. A public servant is a blessing to all. One who possesses the courage to take on monumental tasks and sometimes making the unpopular decisions for the good of the many. Why do we run for office? We run to make changes that we are passionate about, to right the wrongs, to leave our community better than we found it. It's about those endless hours away from their families to perform the duties we voted them into office to do. Endless phone calls, meeting after meeting after meeting, promoting small businesses, researching, cultivating relationships, listening to and resolving our problems, and comforting those in time of need. There are deadlines to meet and constant demands of their time. The responsibilities are many, but they take on each task as a challenge for the good of the many. When not providing for their families, their time is consumed taking care of our families. To deny these public servants compensation could be considered selfish. We owe them a debt of gratitude and appreciation. There is no shame in being compensated for serving on this commission. Their time is just as valuable as the constituents they represent. Each one of you is serving with a passionate heart, a servant's heart, and I believe that. This recommendation is not unheard of. Municipalities across the valley and across our country provide reasonable compensation for their elected officials. There is nothing new here. It's appropriate and in line with today's municipal development and growth. Now, to be clear, the recommendation for compensation was submitted by the Commission to the Charter Review Committee. The dollar figure they offered was substantially higher than what the Charter Committee has settled on. Now this recommendation comes to you, the Commission, to decide. I would prefer an amendment be presented to the voters to decide in November. To those of you on the Commission who stand in opposition to this recommendation, it's an election year, and I get it. I ask the public to consider the question next time you compel, expect, obligate, or request something from your elected officials. I appreciate the opportunity to serve on the Charter Review Committee, and as a Charter Review Committee member, I stand by my votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard.
Okay, next we have Desi Martinez.
Time do I have, Madam
3
Secretary?
minutes, sir. 3 minutes.
I'm a slow
Talk fast, Desi.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you? Thanks to the committee, and thank you for all of the input to the committee or whatever is going on. But the fact is this: we're a metro city, recognized as such by the United States of America and the state of Texas. And the only way to grow, and what the committee wanted, which I approve, I recommend as well, is that we have a stipend for metro city work of districts. I am very proud to have been part of the development of this districts system we have. And I agree with the committee. You should have a stipend because we demand more time. You have to, because we have some very important problems in town that need to be taken, not only in the macro, but in the micro. Liberty Street floods by the Arroyo, right there. The system floods by the Arroyo, the lift station. You need to have a stipend, one, because most of the committee, a bunch of them were women. And women, for them to also participate in this organization of our metro growing system, need a stipend so they can participate to run for commissioner so they can pay for child care to come to all these meetings. A bunch of meetings. Tons of meetings. And just being the managers and assistant managers going to all these meetings to San Antonio, to all these training meetings you need to go, it costs money and time. Now, Mr. Mesmer, you don't want your stipend? Give it to the food bank or down the street on F Street. I challenge you on that. But yes, you need it to stipend. But on the same hand, increase the wages of our equals at Sol that work out there in the parks, at the buildings, it's at Public Works, and increase their wages. As an economist, of this South Texas area for 52 years. It's embarrassing that the household income of our folks working for Harlingen are on Medicaid. So do that, put it out to the people for a vote, but when you're doing the budget, you're making money for interest of 30-some million. Give some to our workers. So I had some more to say on the utilities, but I will write it in the paper because 3 minutes isn't enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Mary, that concludes our public hearings.
Mr. Gutierrez, I did receive from Amanda that you had called to speak. Would you like to speak? Yes?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, would you like to speak?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Stand up the right way, I don't want
Well, this is a public hearing.
Next time you're on.
Okay.
Once we're done with the public hearing, would you mind taking a 2-minute break for a bathroom before we get into full discussion?
That's why I went
Yes.
earlier.
So,
That was a motion.
no one else signed up for the public hearing? No? Okay.
No, ma'am.
At this time, we will close the public hearing, having no one else here to speak for or against, and having signed up, we'll close the public hearing, and we will take a short recess of 5 minutes, and we'll return to our meeting.
Half of you all got up during the meeting.
I never get out. What are you talking about?
I was like, I need a bathroom break, guys.
It is?
Yeah, they can do it.
Okay, all right. The time is now 7:16 PM, and we are back in open session. And I am going to do something a little unusual. I will ask to reopen the public hearing because we have a guest with us that has not been here before and was not aware. And so we're going to ask for her to, if you will, please come on up, and we'll have 3 minutes. And she has been admonished that in the future she will sign up and come to all of our meetings from here on out.
Hello, my name is Rachel Orrick, and I'm here today to suggest ideas for both Arroyo Park and Pendleton Park. So first and foremost, I'd like to suggest that we should to plant more native trees like the historical Montezuma cypress tree, which has an outstanding root system that helps us stabilize riverbanks and prevent erosions. Another native is the willow tree, which researchers in Quebec have studied that the root system filters the high levels of nitrogen found in sewage. These two trees can provide many environmental benefits like providing shade and homes for wildlife. The second suggestion would be if we could have a better urban infrastructure design that will help define our community and strengthen our unique identity in the RGV. I believe we should focus on achieving aesthetics and a sustainable urban environment. The third one is the amenities that complement each park. For instance, in the Arroyo Park, we should consider building water mills, kind of like the Middle Ages or medieval times, to create a water flowage. The second one is to create a aesthetics wooden fort structure or playground. Also to create a man-made waterfall, and also add in a nature science center. And then for Pendleton Park, add a dog park, just because of the square footage of the park. I think adding a dog park would be a good addition to the park. Also, we can involve community artists and to create sculptures, art pieces, and just a better landscape design, providing natural shades around the trails. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, this time we will close the public hearing and now move on to the next session of our meeting. So, item 2.
Item 2, consideration of recommendations from 2024 Harlingen Charter Review Committee and discussion and possible action by the City Commission to approve charter amendments to be submitted to voters on November 5th, 2024 special election.
Okay, and so now I'll ask Josh if you can go back to the first change. We can skip the first that says no changes. And we'll start here and open it up to the commission. And we'll pass if there's no questions. Okay.
Actually, I'd like to comment on Article 3, Section 2.
Okay.
I think it's obviously a good thing that we're consistent with the state, and if the city wants to do something along those lines, that's fine. But I do have a concern.
With the county, right, not the state.
Yeah, right, I'm sorry. I do have a concern that the city shouldn't be restricting its hours of election to when the county's having their election. What if the city wants to have additional hours or do something that that's inconsistent with the county? We shouldn't tie our hands in the charter to that. Perhaps if we want to address the issue, we could do it by ordinance, and where we still have the ability to have additional hours if we need to have additional hours or additional polling places or additional days.
Or what I would suggest too, what we can also do is put the minimum of what Cameron County is doing, so that way it still stays there. Because I know this was the same argument that Daniel brought up at one of the when we spoke about this in the past. And I agree with that. We shouldn't, because we never know how the county's going to go, whether it's going to go up or down. We never know. But if we put at least the minimum of Cameron County, I think that gives us the flexibility that we need to ensure that, that the polls are going to be, early voting is going to be available at greater hours. Because I know when Frank and I first got elected, when you had the early voting from 8 to 5, I felt that did not allow a large group of working residents here in Harlingen to actually go and vote in early voting unless they wanted to skip on their lunch.
Commissioner, that's exactly my concern. When I first got here, I remember one of the first things certain members of this commission did was to open up more voting hours and wanted to open up more polling places. And in that case, they had to negotiate with the county and the contract to have more. So if the city commission wants to do things in the conduct of an election to increase voter participation, I don't think the charter should be restricting it from doing that.
The only thing, well, I would suggest just put at least a minimum of Cameron County, because I think that gives the flexibility that we need.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know. I don't really agree with the ordinance, because the ordinance part it could change. Okay, I see this as a safeguard because it's in the charter. Like I've heard Gabe mention before. Like, once it's in the charter, I mean, it's hard to change it because it goes to the people. And I think this is a good thing. It's a safeguard for whatever, maybe 10, 15 years from now. We don't know what's going to happen with the chart, with the commission. There might be some people that want to, bring back early voting to only 8 to 5, and I would strongly discourage that. So I agree with Mark that we should just put maybe a minimum with the county. That gives us the flexibility.
I'd be fine with that.
Okay, so question on procedure. So, Mark, after we go through all this, you're going to adjust languages,
Yeah.
or
what's-
are we voting on this little section right here? Are we taking a vote on everything in red other than
So let's
her, and?
Let's get some clarification here. This is what I would recommend to the commission. Similar to our consent agenda, I think that we could go through the sections, through the articles one by, and if there are concerns and maybe not a consensus to adopt as it's been presented by the committee, then we can take those one by one. And the ones that this commission feels comfortable with and would like to adopt from the committee, then we can put that to, entertain a vote for that, so that way we can save time and we don't have to go through each one, because there's a lot of stuff on here, and I think that would be ideal. So we already know that this article, Article 3, Section 2, is going to require more discussion from the commission, and it might need to change the language. Doesn't mean that we won't respect what the committee wants, but maybe, still with their intention of, providing more opportunity for people to vote, but maybe there's language needed to be changed, and so it's not okay to just kind of vote it on that way. So let's do that, and let's just go through these really quick. And it may be that the commission wants to go through all of them, and that's fine, but let's just try to see what we can do to be more efficient. So Article 3,
Are we voting on anything?
we will vote on all of the items that do not need discussion from the commission, and then we'll come back to the ones that do.
So we have to schedule another meeting? Or-
No.
Oh, you're talking about today?
Today.
Okay, so Mark inserts minimum.
Right, well, we're going to come back to that. So this one would need some type of change. Does everybody follow what I'm saying? Because you're giving me that look.
Yeah, I'm like,
Okay, so we're going to go through these, and we know that Article 3, Section 2 is going to need some changing. So we'll
come back to
we'll debate that. Yeah, but let's just move on. What's the next one?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor,
Well, this is what we're going to do.
that's what you want to do.
No, it's what we're going to do so that way we can be efficient, but you don't have to agree, and we can go through each one, and that will be just fine.
This is what, if you don't mind 30 seconds of your time, I want to thank the committee. I really do. I appreciate everything they've done. But at this time, I've also heard from certain citizens. I do realize we did not go, in my opinion, provide enough citizen participation, because we all had them here instead of going elsewhere, like cafeterias, different schools, and so on down the line. So there was too many questions and not enough input from the community. So basically, what I'm asking for is a motion to postpone all of this till after January 2nd and provide real input from the community. I know you don't like this, but that's my motion. If we don't want to do it for 2025, we can postpone it to 2026. There's too many questions out there and not enough input from them. I'm requesting that from them. There's no request from anybody out there, but that's what I picked up on some of their discussions right now.
I'm not following you, Commissioner. and-
It's making a
and-
motion to postpone this till after January 1st, 2025.
Okay, is there a second to this motion? Right, that,
Okay.
I'm glad you're, okay. Now, we're going to move forward. So now we are at the next page, or the next slide. Section 4, sorry. Section 4, is it okay to adopt the way that it's written, or is the commission want, it's okay?
No, I'm going to change it.
You're going to change it. Okay, so this slide we'll come back to in its entirety. Next. Qualifications,
I'd like to make a change.
okay.
Yeah, me too.
Next.
Section 3 would
Wait,
also
wait.
be
Um,
one that's not on there.
So, okay,
Just-
yes, got
Again,
it.
just for discussion.
Okay. and
Section
then-
5, discussion.
Okay,
Section,
right here, we're at, up here.
yeah, Section 8,
Wait,
discussion.
wait, you said section 5, discussion?
Even if one commissioner wants discussion, we need to. Okay, let's move on.
Section 9, discussion.
You said section 8 too, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Section 11 for discussion.
11?
Yes, sir. Section 14 for discussion.
I see.
Section 17 for discussion.
At the rate we're going, let's just discuss them
That's
all.
what I'm saying.
Like,
Is
why
there
don't we just?
anything that does not need discussion?
Nah, we gotta
Okay,
wait.
we'll just say that, will you?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We're trying to be efficient with everyone's time, but you get lawyers here, and this is exactly what happens. My apologies. All right, so then we will go back, and to answer your question, Commissioner, what we will do is we will vote after there is a discussion, and then the vote will be to adopt this recommendation with whatever changes
A discussion on each item
on each
or
item.
toto?
No, each item. And then once we have done that, then we obviously are not voting on, or y'all are not voting on the actual language on the proposition. Then you have given guidance to Mark that these are going to be on the ballot, but then he's going to come back with the language in the form of an ordinance so that it can be adopted by the commission. Got it?
When?
As soon as possible, right?
Mark, how much time do you need to actually get the proposition language ready?
It depends how much altering we do to what's here.
Okay.
Well,
First,
we need a-
I've got
just
the ordinance
timeline.
almost ready to go, so
Okay.
prob-
our first meeting is August 7th of next month.
Will you be good by then?
I'm going to be out for about 4 or 5 days of that for
How dare you?
married.
He's getting married.
How dare you?
That's the only thing. I'm pretty sure I can finish most of it by next week.
My biggest concern is timeline and getting on the ballot. When do you need it?
To me, what I would say is that when is the second meeting in August? The last day to call the election is August the 19th.
Okay, so maybe we
No,
need a
I think
special meeting?
I think we can get it done by next Friday.
Next Friday would be good because,
Next Friday is what?
now Saturday is the first day to file for office,
This Saturday,
the 20th.
20th?
Mhm.
That's this Saturday.
But okay, but what about, I think we just need to know when, because it needs to come to the commission, and then the
Yes.
commission might say, hey, this doesn't look
Yes.
right, or, you know.
That's what I'm saying, Mayor, that if we could get it as first meeting in August would be great. in
Are you going to
case-
be here first meeting in August?
Yeah, I'm coming back on Tuesday. So that's what I'm saying on a,
Okay, so then, so how about this, Mark? If we can't do it on the 7th, then can we have a special meeting on the 9th, that Friday?
no, I think we should try to get it done
If you-
on
if-
on the,
The 7th?
where are we here? August 7th. Yeah, I think, yeah, because I'll try, right now we're on July 18th. I can try to get you guys a draft of this by the 26th.
Oh, well
This
then
month.
we're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So then the first, on or before the first meeting in August. All right.
Because the following week, that's when I'm going to
Okay.
be out, so I have to get it done by the 26th.
You don't want to have problems before
The nuptials.
going in hot. All right. Okay, so let's get back to where we were at. And so, Commissioner Bettis, I think I cut you off. What were you saying?
Oh, and I was saying that I was agreeing with Mark that on that one, we should put at least, I agree that we shouldn't be tied to the Cameron County election hours, but that should be at least a minimum. Because generally, right now, what the county does, it does, what 12 hours, I think? 12, I don't know, they do it, and that's a good thing. So I think we should put a minimum of Cameron, with Cameron County.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I said we vote on it as
All
we
right.
go.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do.
Correct.
Okay, so in this section, sorry, I thought y'all were going to talk longer than that. I think that the committee wanted to expand opportunities for voting, and so this does that, and this gives you flexibility to have even more than the county, right? And I think the committee would feel comfortable with that. Yes? Okay. So is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
With the word minimum.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Mhm. Okay.
We're going to vote?
Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And I'll make a motion to approve all the non-substantive changes that we've already discussed, that are already in here, that we didn't go over, but it's just grammatical and all that stuff.
The archaic terms, the pronouns.
Grammatical.
The grammatical.
Yeah, like for example,
and archaic
section,
terms.
Article 3, Section 1 says to on, all that stuff's approved.
You
Okay.
don't like
Okay.
that?
Approved.
Okay, no,
Second.
I'm saying, it gives it some kind of old historic way of reading. No, you don't want that? Okay.
He was first, and Commissioner Pettis seconded.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And then now going to Section 4, Public Spaces, Notice of Election.
So my concern here is just the language, and I completely agree with what the committee's trying to do. I think just if you can clean up the language, Mark, says all social platforms available to the city. I don't want people saying that we have to use every social media platform out there because it's technically available, right? I just want to say,
Yeah, and not
whatever,
every public space. I mean, like,
all social platforms.
that the city already
the city
uses. Correct.
Okay, that's good.
Something like that.
Because we don't have all of them. Is that-
Correct.
And there'll be some in the future that.
Yeah,
who knows?
Vines and, Snapchat and, all that stuff. No, just whatever the city currently uses.
Unintended consequences.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or about
And
current
then public
regulated-
spaces.
I can't pronounce it that word. Regular.
Okay, so not regular whatever, but the ones that the social media platforms utilized by the city.
There we go.
Yes?
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor, I do have a clarification question for the attorney. Broadcast media, would that include radio as well?
yeah, that would.
Because we don't normally advertise on radio, and that would be awfully difficult for us to do. So I would want to exclude radio from public spaces.
Can I ask Delia what, I'm glad you're here.
No.
What did you mean by broadcast media? No.
We left it open-ended, and to the commission's point, we understood that there might be some modification to the
Okay.
language.
Okay, great.
So legal question, so we don't advertise on X or TikTok or something. Can somebody come back at us for violating the city charter?
I'll craft the language so the city has the discretion as to which platforms to use.
Okay, because if we include everything, then next week there'll be a new one.
You're right, and Commissioner Lopez put in a safeguard to make sure that that is not the case. And so it's only what is approved at the time by the commission, or what the city is utilizing at the time. So like right now, I think the city uses Instagram.
Oh,
Instagram, Facebook,
Facebook, Instagram,
pretty much it.
That's it.
yeah, we don't have very many.
Website, right. Okay,
So the commission would be okay for us not necessarily using radio?
right. So
Question, why do we use radio?
Because it's hard to get an advertisement on the radio for an ordinance. You'd
you-
have,
Okay.
yeah, you'd have
And
to,
you have to pay for it. And so social media platforms, I think, is the the intention of the
And-
committee, if I'm not, is to use things that are free to the city, right?
Well, we have to pay for some, like the election, yes, we'd have to, and those are really expensive, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
so,
can't put it in like the Willis Chronicle or something? Oh, no, no, that's what we do for like probate cases. You can put them in like, it doesn't have to necessarily be like the Raymondville Chronicle. You can put it
I don't know what the answer to that question
I
is,
don't know,
Commissioner. I've
yeah.
never looked at it. Look,
Okay, but on, correct me if I'm wrong, but on the one that we're talking about right now, because you said like for all ordinances, it'd be difficult.
we're using public spaces to be uniform across the charter.
All notices for the city shall be publicized on public spaces.
Public spaces, does that include telephone poles?
parks. Hypothetically correct. How do you define public spaces?
Yeah, what's a
Says right
public
here,
space?
shall define to include the city's webpage, check, all social platforms, we will strike available to say utilized. Utilized, and we are striking this broadcast media unless, Commissioner, I'm not,
I had a question on that because Gabe, you said ordinances, but this is just specifically the elections.
Even the elections, we don't put on the radio.
Why?
Amanda, you know why?
Well, we've always followed the state law, which is only the newspaper, but now that we have and not only that, but I do put it on the city's website as far as the notice of the election.
And it'll be on Facebook, too.
Yeah.
You know, you can also state,
People still listen to the radio when they go to work. No, I listen to the radio when I go to work.
The thing is that there's so many radio stations
Okay.
that you could pick, and then if you
How
put it
many
on
thousands of dollars do you want to spend advertising on radio?
what about putting
the
it on like
elections?
on the PEG channel?
There's no
Well,
limit for
that would be a
elections.
platform available to us. So we
you
can
know,
do it.
another option would be to provide something that the city commission will provide by ordinance, manners of advertising these things, and then set forth social media. So it gives the city commission the discretion to be specific, and then it gives you the flexibility where you don't have to go back and have a charter amendment every time you want to change a social media platform or something like that.
Well,
Okay.
I think that it's safe by saying what Daniel mentioned, like not opening it up to all of them. And so if at some point there is no social media utilized by the city, then there wouldn't be any utilized. It's not saying you have to.
Used and approved by the city commission.
Yeah. I don't know about the broadcast media. I think that just, it's so broad in terms of, well, do you put it on that, what do you call it, like satellite radio, regular radio, local radio, and what is?
One more thing, Mayor. As far as another public notice, we are required to post, on all the polling places that are being used, so many days before the election.
Right, right. Okay, so coming back to this, what is there a motion, and if so, what is it?
Yeah, so going back to the public spaces, Mayor, I know you say that it shall define to include, but include means in addition to. So I would want to change the language, public spaces shall be the city's webpage, also, the platforms, all that stuff.
I understood also, correct me if I'm wrong, Gabe, that public spaces were also going to be public, like City Hall.
Yes, City Hall.
So all of our buildings?
Outside.
So then we go back to the definition of what is public spaces.
Yeah.
Does that include all our parks? Because that would be a public space.
No, I agree. I think if you're going to say public spaces, you should define specifically
Exactly.
what you mean, because somebody could say, well, this is a public space and there's no advertisement here.
Correct.
Yeah, City Hall would be.
The library. Yeah.
So City Hall? City Hall?
City
I mean,
Hall?
you have to do that anyway, right?
Yeah, I do it, Mayor.
City Hall?
I post it, yes.
Public
I post
space
it outside.
shall be City Hall, comma, the city's webpage, comma, and then you're going to put that language in for whichever social media platforms we use.
I think the mayor suggested all social platforms utilized by this.
Yeah, let's do that. That works, right?
What was that? I didn't understand.
All social media platforms utilized by the city.
By the city commission?
City commission.
So we
By
don't have
the-
a city
by the
employee who
city.
has a website and it's not there?
No. By the city, and I
By
think the city is understood that the city of
civic
Harlingen.
official, yes.
Right.
And I would strike broadcast media because then you have to put advertisements on television. Is it the local stations or what about the people who have cable?
Right.
Are you going to have to advertise on ESPN and
Maybe what
TCM?
about including the city's PEG channel, because that's a television, and so long as the city has it.
Well, if we don't need to include it to just do it.
Correct.
Right. So we just leave it like that. So I agree with Mike, we just strike that language.
What if there's no TV in the
Exactly.
future?
Yeah, that's true.
For all sections within this charter, public spaces shall be City Hall, the city's webpage, all social platforms utilized by the city, and all publishing efforts shall be made in both English and Spanish.
That's good.
Okay, so is that a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'll second that one.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right. And then from Article 4,
We are on qualifications.
Commissioner, if I could just go back to that real quick. So anywhere in the charter where public spaces are mentioned will be that definition that we just approved.
okay, that works.
Okay?
And then if we need to change it, we can add public spaces and then we put whatever special places you
Additional
want.
stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, that works.
All right. So next we have Article 4, Section 2, qualifications. I think the point of contention here was the age.
I would raise it to 21. I mean, that's how old you have to be a state rep. You know, if you want to be a U.S. rep, you have to be 25. If you want to be a senator, you have to be 29. If you want to be president, it's 35.
If you want to go to war, you can.
How do you know?
He teaches it, that's
I
how
know.
I'm applauding.
I know.
So I would recommend going to 21 because plus, as you said, I'm a teacher and I know a lot of 18-year-olds. And while some of them would be great, some of them not so much. They need a little bit more.
Me at 25
Experience?
still would have been
As
terrible.
the mom-
Yeah, I
As the
get it.
mom of a 20-year-old, I will say I agree wholeheartedly. But I want to just point out, I know that a lot of people are watching from home. We want to respect the committee, and after discussion, it seemed that it was based on guidance from Mark and the state law, not so much that they wanted a bunch of 18-year-olds running for office. So is it just changing it back to 21 years of age? That's it for this one?
And then I want to go back and include the delinquency language. I think Mark, I like the way he cleaned
How
it
about
up.
the word delinquency in regard to any indebtedness to the
Correct.
city?
Okay.
Yes, so your property tax bill, the last time you could pay it is January something, and you get your notice.
January 1st.
Yeah, and you get your notice October 1st, so unless you pay it on immediately, everybody's delinquent who's running.
No,
No, you're not delinquent until January 1st.
Exactly.
That's what yeah.
Right. But I mean, indebted, you're indebted. Delinquent
Right, that's
is a
why I don't
great
like
word.
indebtedness, I like
Yes.
delinquency.
Or you get pulled over because you're speeding.
Again.
How dare you? Yes, okay.
So we get, yeah,
Is that a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't know if I should be expressing,
Sure.
but I noticed that what was striked out is basically the same qualifications as the state. You know, the state requires, the same thing that is written here. So by striking this out, would this mean that, what would be the?
No, the state law still applies. So,
Okay.
I mean, that
No,
part
no,
of
I
that may have
just
been
wanna-
to
I just
remove that
wanna clear that.
redundancy.
Okay.
I had that exact question from Mark, and Mark sent me the statute. And so the commission the committee did a great job, including the statutory requirements. They just struck the indebtedness part, and I wanted to bring that back for the delinquency at least.
Okay.
But good catch, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so we have a
You'll make a
motion.
lawyer out of you, man.
Can you say the motion?
I'll make a motion to approve Article 4, Section 2 with the amendments going back to 21 years of age, and then keeping the language about indebtedness, but a clarification with delinquency.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And then this next one, we don't have a slide, but there was a change on our packet.
Yes.
So
But-
can we start with that?
No, we approved it because we approved it last time. So, and if you look at Article 2,
It says the 1 year.
yeah, shall have been a resident of his or her district at least 1 year prior to the elections. Section 3 was just being consistent with what Section 2 said.
I would-
So I only,
I'm so good.
yeah,
So does this not need a vote? I'm not.
it does not need a vote. Yeah, I think, we'll just vote on it right now. if
So
you
it's
want.
1 year, right?
Yeah.
So let's just vote on it just to just be clear.
Agreed, that works.
Make a motion to make it 1 year.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And then this one, I noted this would be for Mark. Investigations by the city commission.
Section 5 is right before
Is
that.
that, did I skip something?
Yes, ma'am. Did we jump ahead?
We can forget about the mayor's vote if we.
Oh, did I?
I think you jumped ahead of,
Oh, shoot, let's do that. Let's move on.
Well, I wrote up here, Mark. Okay. Jeez. Tell us how you really feel. Okay, so on here, what are your thoughts? Don't be shy.
I have no problem with it.
I was thinking about, because I don't know, well, I know Daniel remembers, about I think it was the last meeting or something. We were talking about being boards and stuff like that. And then I said, why would you want to be part of a board if you didn't have a vote? And then ever since I said that, I've been thinking about it and about whether the mayor should have a vote or not. And then I did do research as well. I did what Delia said was correct about Waco. I didn't know about the South Padre Island. But I did know, I also looked it up, and I know that all the mayors do vote. And I know Progreso, where I used to work, actually has, the 5, and the mayor does vote. And it just came out in the paper how something that he wanted was defeated by the commission because they didn't get enough votes for it. And I did research on that, and in all honesty, I also spoke to other people that had experience doing that job. And I spoke to them, and I asked their opinion on it. And I listened to what they had to say, and and ultimately I say, I did have my reservations in the beginning because when we first started, it was always this way. But after thinking about it, I think that yes, that the mayor should have a vote.
So I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
5 and 1 is 6. What happens if the vote's 3-3?
Motion fails.
Fails.
Yeah. And so I wanted to kind of, I did, believe it or not, I did have some concerns about that could potentially happen. And so I wanted to make sure that before the city does anything or places on the ballot for the citizens to vote on, that we weren't creating any kind of precedent, right? And so you've got other cities in the Rio Grande Valley and across the state that have a commission that is made up just like this. And so what I did is I called Patrick at the island, and I said, so you've got 5 city commissioners and you vote, and he said yes. I said, have you ever had a tie and it resulted in a tie and so it failed? He said never. So then I thought, okay, well, let me look at what we do here at the city. And so I looked up all of the votes since I've been here and everybody that has been here with me. And in total, you guys, without the mayor, have voted 871 times.
No wonder I'm tired.
Yes. And out of those 871 times, only 9 times did you have a 3-2 vote, which would have ultimately, if depending on, and then I actually went to go look to see what those votes were. And I think only one of those would have failed because of my vote. Like I would have voted in favor of the 3 that voted to pass this. And so that represents, when you're looking at the total number, 1.033% of the time does this city commission vote 3-2. So it's really, that is not, in my view, an argument to say, what are we going to do? So yes, it fails, but is that going to happen? Maybe 1% of the time.
And do you want to have this vote?
So, and then I thought about that too, and I think for me personally, I sit here and I tell you all what I think anyway. So anyone watches the meeting and you know where I stand on an issue because I'm vocal, but I would ask that this commission not consider how these propositions impact them personally, individually, because this is our Constitution and it is about the future of Harlingen and the future commissions. It's not about you. It's not politics. It's not how it impacts everyone individually. It's what the future looks like. And so in the future, if you have a mayor that sits here and does not give you their perspective, does not give you their opinion or what their views are on things, and is just silent and allows the rest of the commission to vote, then at any time, this mayor, whoever sits in this seat, can say, well, I had no part in that. Y'all made those decisions, and you're shielded from any kind of, criticism because of the fact that you didn't participate in the vote. And I think Delia mentioned something about having a record of votes. And I think that's important because I don't know about y'all, but when I vote for people for state representative or for Congress or for other offices, I look to see how they voted on issues that matter to me, and that's how I base my vote.
That was a selling point for me, the accountability, because I'm very big on accountability, and I like the idea that the mayor will be held accountable
Right.
by the vote.
So those are my thoughts. Does anybody else have any other thoughts? Nope.
I make a motion to approve it.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Moving on. This one is for Mark.
Okay. This section gave me a little bit heartburn because.
Okay, let's hold this.
No, I heard a first and a second.
It was 4-1.
Okay. I just wanted to.
Let the record reflect that Commissioner Lopez voted nay.
Yeah.
With an exclamation point.
I have it right here.
And an yeah.
All right, okay. Now, Mark.
Okay, investigations by the city commission. It's certainly a good thing that the city commission can investigate the financial transactions of the city and any actions by any employee. What gave me a little bit of concern here was the throwing people in jail for 3 days if they didn't pay attention to the subpoena. I didn't want the commission to be responsible for that. And that my first thought was to make this go through the municipal court. After a little more looking into it, I think the better way to do it is to basically have a provision that says the city commission will have that power, and then we'll provide by the specific procedure by ordinance. And I'd like to read to you what I put together. And the new proposed Section 8 investigations by the city commission would state as follows. Investigations by the City Commission. The City Commission shall have the power to inquire into the official conduct of any appointed official, department head, or agency of the city. For that purpose, the City Commission shall have the power to administer oaths, subpoena witnesses, and compel the production of books, papers, or other evidence material to the inquiry. The City Commission shall provide by ordinance procedures in the conduct of investigations, penalties for contempt for failing to refuse to obey such a subpoena or to produce any such books, papers, or other evidence, and shall have the power to punish any such contempt in the manner provided by the ordinance and or the laws of the state of Texas. So I think that fixes the concerns I have about the 3 days in jail and gives you a way we can set out a procedure at length in a little bit more detail than would be in the charter.
Okay,
So Mark, I'm sorry. Mike.
So the verbiage with the red line through it, that's the old verbiage?
Yeah. It was, that was the old version.
And so this gives the city commission the right to throw people in jail?
No.
Well, the way it used to be, if the city commission would have the power to issue a subpoena, and if someone didn't pay attention to this or disregarded the subpoena, the city commission could throw them in jail for up to 3 days. I'm proposing taking that out and providing a lawful procedure to enforce the subpoena, but doing that by ordinance, which I think is a more appropriate way to do it.
So I think that's wonderful. Some of the stuff in here is
I know,
a little much.
very old.
I wonder, and this I want to say for all of these propositions that make the ballot, if we can have some kind of explanation in layman's terms, like what does this mean?
There will be a proposal immediately above, And then it will have the ordinance language, the original charter language. And next to it, we'll have the proposed revised charter language. So everybody can clearly see, if they read the ordinance, in plain language, what the original language is and what the proposed altered language is.
Sometimes in like the constitutional amendments that we get at the state, right?
Each one there will be a proposal on the ballot.
And then they have like a little thing, a little tiny summary that says, this is what this means. I just feel like sometimes the people are going to be like, what am I voting on?
I'll try to put it together clearly.
Is that something
for you,
Remy can
by next
guide us
Friday.
on?
No, we have to come up with that language.
No, but
Yeah,
we can do that?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
And then Amanda's going to need that to get it to the bond, the ballot.
Oh, yeah. Once the filing deadline is over, Mayor, then we do the drawing. And then once we do the drawing, I prepare the draft ballot, a draft ballot. And then I include, because it's going to be 2 elections, one the general and the special. So all the amendments would be on the special election, and of course, all the people running for office will be on the general. So then I sent that to Remy, and Remy does the programming. Once he does the programming, he sends it back to me so that I make sure that there are no misspelled words or anything or something that needs to be changed.
Got it. Okay. But I guess what I was trying to say is that there can be some kind of summary to let people know what
Yes,
it is
ma'am.
that people are voting on. If it's possible, and it can be done in very few words, just because I was talking to Mayor Nori in Mission, and they had like a gazillion propositions, and the people, the community after said they had a hard time understanding what everything was, and it would have been better if they had some kind of explanation. Of course, they did all the notices and did, public engagement and all of that, but the fact is you're not going to get everybody at one of these meetings or to look at the website, and if they can just see what this means, and that this is actually helpful to the citizen. I don't want them thinking, oh, like you just said, oh, they want to throw us in jail for that. So just some clarification, I think, would be helpful. Just my thoughts. Anyhow, so I thought that was great. Is there a motion to approve the?
I'll make a motion to approve what Mark said.
There's some additional language I'd like included in there.
Okay. Cancel the motion.
Thank you.
Amend the
So,
motion.
I had the question with Mark, can a city issue a subpoena, which got me down like rabbit holes, and I came across a case, which is Alejandro v. Bell, and it talks about, and I'll give this to you, Mark, there's just a few more words, sort of a little more ideas I want to put in here, because what we think of as the city commission is we think of it as a legislative board, right? But like for example, the county commissioners, they have legislative powers, they have executive powers, they have judicial powers, and all that. And each of them has a certain type of immunity attached to it. Like the best immunity that is out there is prosecutorial / judicial immunity, which is absolute immunity. And the way you get that, and the way we would plug that in here, is by inserting certain powers or authorities that we would give ourselves through the charter to make sure that if we in fact had to utilize a subpoena and someone was not compliant, we would be, and our predecessors or successors would be fully protected legally, right? And so those 6 factors are, I think it's the power to exercise judgment and discretion, which we have, but I want to just be a little more direct about it. The power to hear and determine or to ascertain facts and decisions. The power to make binding orders and judgments, the power to affect the personal or property rights of private citizens, the power to examine witnesses, to compel the attendance of witnesses, and to hear litigation of issues on a hearing. And then 6 is the power to enforce decisions or impose penalties, which we have under Texas local. I'm going to give it.
Oh, okay.
I'll give it to you guys. And then which would fall under our powers under the Texas Local Government Code 54.001, which says that we have the power to enforce each rule, ordinance, or police regulation and of the municipality and may punish a violation of a rule, ordinance, or police regulation. And this is.
Can you give me the citation on that?
Yeah, and I'm going to give this to you, right? But it's 54.001. Right?
No, the citation of the case.
Oh, yeah, and I'll give you the case as well. It's Alejandro V. Bell, and it's 84 Southwest 3rd Edition 383. And it's out of the 13th Court of Appeals, and it's 2002.
And so can you forward it to the rest of us when you get a chance? Like
Yeah.
the case?
Yeah, and I highlighted the exact portion that I'm talking about.
So what about amending this motion to include, I mean,
Include
I
the
think
6
it
bell
makes,
factors?
well, I think it makes sense to do that. And I fully appreciate, I think that's a good thing to do, to make sure that you're not doing something you can't do, and then if you do that, then there's protections in place. But so long as Mark reviews it and makes sure that that's what we should do
it sounds
legally.
good, but
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I agree. But just ultimately, once it makes the ballot, I'm not going to say Commissioner Lopez put this on the ballot. I'm going to say Mark approved, which is
I'll make
another
sure it's-
safeguard.
Yeah,
I'll make sure it's right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
that's from Mark.
Okay. Do you see what I'm saying? Just so that way,
Yes,
yes. That's why it's got Mark on here.
that's why I'm here.
And I think that's what the committee wanted, to make sure that all legal stuff went through the legal guy.
So I'll amend my motion, and it'll be to accept this with the legal changes that Attorney Marcus made and the addition of this Bell case that Lopez has provided to the attorney.
Perfect. And
Second.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on. Compensation of mayors and city commissioners. Conversation?
I disagree with it personally. $15,000 a year, we have a lot of people working in Public Works and the Parks Department, that's half of their annual salary. It's, in my mind, it's nonsense.
I disagree with this. We only work 10, 12 hours a month.
No.
We're here. Our job title says we're city commissioners, and we attend city meetings, and we vote yes or no. We're not mandatory to live here. We don't travel with the police or the garbage. We don't cut the grass. We don't tell any employee what to do. That's illegal. Only the city manager and the assistant city managers can tell employees what to do. And we don't have to show up at airport or water. We don't have to show up at any meetings anytime at all other than are required here at city government meetings.
I agree with what you're saying. I agree with being against this. I agree with that. But I don't agree with what you're saying about the time it takes, because I know for a fact myself, I do not spend that much time. But again, each commissioner becomes a commissioner that they want to be. If you want to be laid back and not go to meetings or anything, that's fully your prerogative. But I'm going to say that it does take a lot of time, and I'm able to make it work. I'm fortunate enough to make it work, but I just want people, because I know this is one of the sections that a lot of people were wondering about, and I want to clear something up. Because I know when I first got elected, quick story, when I first got elected, I was tutoring a student, and then the parent got there, and I had to walk the student to the front of the school. And then I just got elected, and then I went to the front, and I took the student to her mom in the vehicle, and when the mom was there, she's like, "Mr. Perez, you still work here? Why do you still work here?" And I was just like, "What do you mean, ma'am?" She's like, "Didn't you get elected?" I'm like, "Yes, ma'am." And she's like, "Aren't you making like $80,000, $90,000 right now? Like, why would you still want to deal with these kids?" And I'm just like, okay. I was like, and then, so I had to tell her, like, well, first off, I love what I do. I love teaching, so I don't mind. I want to do this. But the second time, I do not get paid $75,000, $80,000. What we get paid, I know the charter says $3,000, but I know every month I get a check, and the check is for $100, and after taxes, it comes up to $92.35. That's how much it is. Okay, so I just want that to put that out there to everybody else, because I know there's some people out there that I'm on social media a lot and I read things and people think that we get a huge salary, and that's not the case. Okay, and I'm not complaining about that, because the whole reason I ran for the city commission is because I wanted to make a difference. And that honestly, in the almost 3.5 years that I've been here, I feel that I have made a difference, and I enjoy what I do. And I knew what I was getting into when I first got into it, but I just wanted to clear that up, because I know there's a lot of people out in the community that think that we're getting paid truckloads of money. And another thing to what Mike said is that I do want to give my hats off to the mayor, and I know Daniel feels the same way because he put it out in the paper last week, is that I'm amazed at what the mayor does. I mean, yesterday, was it yesterday? When was it we were at the check ceremony? Yesterday we were at, I know I went to a check ceremony where we were giving out some of the proceeds to charities, and we were there at the convention center. I got there about 8:30, and we were there with the ceremony, and then that finished around 10. And then after 10, there was another meeting there at the convention center with some developers that were coming in and talking about regional economic stuff and all that. And I know the mayor went to that. After that, when that finished around 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, about 12, give or take, 12:30. When that finished, I went home. But I know for a fact that the mayor did not. I know she had something else at TSCC. And then after that, again, at 5:30, we had to show up here to the meeting, and we were here till about, 8:30, 9 o'clock.
7:30.
7:30? Oh, 7:30. I'm
It's
sorry.
the one time we ever got out early, right?
Exactly. But my point is that I want people to understand that this is not just something where, how Mike said, that we just come in and say yes and no, because it's not. Because if you want to be that type of commissioner, feel free. I'm not that type of commissioner. I go in, I do my monthly drive arounds around my district, where I drive all around my district, look for potholes and street lights. I know Daniel does the same thing. Whenever a constituent calls me, I go to their house and I go talk to them. I see what's going on, because I like to see things for myself instead of just actually hearing what they say. So this whole 10, 12 hours I completely disagree with that. But at the same time, I do agree with Mike about the pay. While I think it would be nice to get paid, you know what I mean? I don't think right now would be the time to do it. But I do think maybe in the future, this is something that maybe 10, 15 years from now might something be brought up again, because this does take time. It does take time.
About 8 or 9 years ago, Chino in number 4 here, he wanted a pay raise to $200 a month. And it got defeated, and I didn't realize we could make up to $3,000, in a year?
Yes.
So that, we get paid $100 a month, and I do a lot of things.
Oh, I'm not saying you don't. You said that.
And, we could vote to double our income to $200 a month. Given inflation and all that, and yours would be $300 a month. And we are citizen, I don't want to use the word statesmen, but we are citizen representatives. And we don't do this for the money, but we do this for the love of our community.
Love of the game, baby. Love of the game.
I agree.
I think I view this, in Commissioner Pettis's eyes, like a labor of love. Right, we do it because we want our city to do well, our kids. I do it for my boys. I want them to grow up in a city that they can be proud of. I agree with Ford. Right, it's the concern I have is that you have people start doing this for that second income.
Absolutely, second income,
and that's where I get.
Or the only income.
Huh?
Or the only income.
Yeah. So.
The one thing I would suggest, though, because the pay, I'm against the pay. But the one thing I would suggest is I'm lucky in this way, because I'm a veteran, and I know Ford is too, and I know Mike is too. I get the VA. Okay, so I don't have to worry about health insurance or anything like that. But the way that the system is set up right now, that the people that usually run for office, I'm kind of like black sheep because I'm a teacher, but most of them are professional. Well, I'm a professional too. But what I meant is they're usually people that are real estate agents, or they're people that are lawyers like yourselves that have a lot of time, and a lot of times, or they're small business owners. And a lot of times small business owners pay a lot for their insurance. So I think adding the insurance would be a good thing. This would enable, the commissioners that to opt in to the insurance. I mean, they're still going to be paying for it, but at least they have an option to get insurance if that's something that they really need, and that would help their families while they're serving on the commission.
How much would it cost the city, hypothetically, if you were to have a commission where everyone got insurance? Or how much does it cost per person to have insurance?
Commissioner, I would have to get that number from finance. Now, the one thing that we still have to do, because we checked with United Healthcare, is that the city commission would have to adopt an ordinance stating that the commissioners are eligible to receive the health insurance. I think that may go away. We go to self-funded, but the average cost for employee, I would estimate is about $1,100 per employee.
Per what?
Per person?
Per person, yes.
Per month, week, year?
That's per month.
Per month, $1,100.
So again, I would suggest that if you guys want to do that, but that's just opting in. It wouldn't be mandatory because like I wouldn't need it. I get everything free with the VA, and I don't know if Ford does them. No.
I got Medicare and TRICARE for life. I'm pretty well.
I'll get there eventually.
So, do you have any comments? Because I have some comments.
Well, since you asked,
I'm just saying.
well, yes, I know
Let
you're
me
just saying.
give you the
At the
floor.
end of the day is this. I didn't sign up to be a commissioner to get paid. That was not my objective. My objective solely was to do better for the city and its citizens. Whether I get $100 or zero, it doesn't matter to me. It really doesn't. Okay? That's the reason I got elected. And I will continue to do the job, and believe me, I'd do 10 hours because I just come up here and stick around. I do a lot more, and I take a lot more calls than people realize. And some people have gotten a little heated over the phone. No big deals, no complaints. I've gotten that many a times. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So we want to just then,
Okay, well, I have some comments first. I want to just kind of point out a few things because I'm listening to everyone and I have read everything that, not everything, but the bulk of what's out there in terms of comments. The commission, there's things out there saying that the commission wants to give themselves a raise and that the mayor wants to give herself a raise and all of that is false, right? Number one, because this information was presented to the commission, to the committee. The committee took their time, 8 or 9 meetings, and came up with recommendations, and this is their recommendation. So that's number one. It's not the commission, because the commission could have done that, because that's what the commission did when we were not here, everybody, and not give themselves a raise, but decided that they were going to put things on the ballot without any community input. And that's okay, because it was overwhelmingly supported by the community, and those propositions passed. But this commission is different than the prior commission as a whole, that this commission has valued and always has valued, I think, since I've been here, everyone here, community engagement and having town halls and listening sessions and being accessible. And 8 to 10 hours, I don't know what that is, because I don't think that there's been 1 month that I've only done 8 to 10 hours for the
City commissioner.
City commissioner.
At these meetings.
Sure. Yes, and that is true. But if you're gonna do this job, because it is a job, even though it's public service, it is a job. If you're gonna do this job and you're gonna do it right, you need to be a person, and I hate to say it this way, but you need to be a person like every single person that's sitting here at this on this dais. You have to have the ability and the flexibility. I'm blessed, and so I don't need any additional stipend to be able to do what I'm doing, because I'm at a time in my life where I can take a financial hit or what have you, and still do this job. And I think everybody too, because I see the wonderful work that everybody does on this commission. But what I keep hearing is, you know, I know I heard Commissioner Kinsley said, I didn't sign up for this for a paycheck, which is absolutely true. And you said the same thing. I didn't do this, I do it. It's a labor of love. And this is why I do it. And you said the same thing. And you said, I got elected, right? Because I'm doing this for $100 or $0. I do it because I want to serve Harlingen. And I see that you do. And you said the same thing. I'm a teacher, but I make it work. And you make it work for whatever reason and how you're able to do it. But I do see you because you're also my commissioner. And even before this, the work that you put in and being accessible to the public. But I keep hearing I, but I think it's getting lost that this isn't about me. This isn't about you, and it isn't about Ford, and it isn't about you or you or you. This is about the future of Harlingen. And every time we have a meeting, I hear you, Commissioner Mesmer, say when we have city staff come to the podium and make recommendations, or a committee, like we had the CDBG come up and give recommendations, and you said, why do we have these people? Why do we have these people and task them with this important responsibility to put in all the work? They do all the work, they present it, then they give it to us, and then we're going to change it all. And so you always advocate to adopt what is presented to us because they've put in the work. So now here we are, and this commission decided to appoint a committee, and every person here had an appointment on this committee, and had an opportunity to put parameters, because we had that discussion, like, let's put parameters. We only want them to look at this. And that was voted down, and it was, we want these 7 people to look at the charter from page 1 to the very end, and to take this serious, make recommendations, and present them to us. So that ultimately, you have a group that is representative of the community at large, and it's not about I or me or you or anything, it's about the people. And so now you've got this group, and now you're telling them, well, I'm not going to place this on the ballot to allow the democratic process to play out. I don't want this, so because I don't want it, I'm going to undermine this committee and dismiss this part of what they're recommending because I don't like it. And that's where the problem lies. You're not saying, I am going to place this on the ballot because it's what I want. Everybody has their opinions, and you can oppose it, and you campaign against it. You can educate the people in your district to vote against it if that's what you so choose. But to say you're not going to place it on the ballot because you don't want it, because you feel that it's not necessary, because you put in all this work and you did it for a reason. This is the Constitution. It governs not just this commission, but every commission in the future. So then you will have commissioners here that potentially will do the bare minimum because that's what the charter is telling you to do, right? And I think that this committee made it clear in all of their recommendations that they want more public access, more notice, more engagement, more, and this is where it came from. So even though I personally, this isn't going to make a difference for me individually, I think we heard from Delia say this might open the door for others. Maybe this does help. I think somebody said maybe it helps pay for childcare. I'm blessed. My kids don't need to go to childcare, and I'm good. But maybe there is a person that needs that. And so while I think that it's okay to disagree and it's okay for you to have personal opinions, I think you need to kind of separate yourselves from that. And if we are going to ask them to serve and for them to provide those recommendations, I think it's incumbent upon us, unless there's a legal challenge to something that they have submitted, that it gets placed on the ballot, and then ultimately the voters decide. You mentioned earlier, you said something like, we should postpone all of this because there wasn't enough public engagement.
Yes.
So the most public engagement that you're going to get and input is at the ballot. So if you put it on the ballot, then you'll know what the people want. So I would imagine that this would fail miserably. But you know what? It's on the ballot. And then the people have a voice. You give the people a voice by putting things on the ballot and not having 5 men that are privileged enough to serve without having a financial burden, making that decision instead of putting it on the ballot for people to vote.
And that's part of my reasoning earlier. You slow it down. Why? Because what's this election? This is a presidential, this is a presidential election. Next year, it's a mayor, and so the whole thing is next year's election would concentrate more on city business, and that would make it even better where citizens can decide instead of going through the ballot real fast, because we have a presidential, we have senators, we have all sorts of people that are going to be, there's going to be election for plenty of people. So you're going to inundate many of citizens with extra material. But you don't see that.
No, what I see is that, November, you guys, I wasn't here, you moved the election from May to November to have more voter turnout. You're going to have more voter turnout in November because people are going to be running to the polls to vote for the President of the United States, which means more people in the city of Harlingen are going to be out there voting, and more people are going to have an opportunity to say no or to say yes, and they get to decide. If you put it on an election in 2025, when I am there and the rest of us are the others that are going to run, then you're going to have less voter turnout because it's not a presidential election. So that's just common sense, in my view. So it's not that I don't want to. I think we even talked about that at the charter. Before we put the Charter Review Committee, we entertained, or at least I think we had the discussion to say, hey, you know what? We don't have enough time because we were supposed to make the appointments with enough time, and we kind of pushed this on them. And so we talked about postponing it, and this commission decided not to do that. So we're past that, and now here we are. So anyhow, I digress. Those are my thoughts. I think that if you guys are going to respect the process, you appointed this committee, you told them that they need to look at everything, then I think that you should place everything that they have asked you to place on the ballot unless there's a legal reason not to. And if you think otherwise, then that's fine, but those are my views.
I'll make a motion to deny this.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I had a question. Are we going to, because I know in previous discussions we've had, one of the topics that came up, and the only reason I'm bringing it up is because we're technically in that section. Are we going to talk about, because I know we had talked about it too, because I know the whole point of us moving the election to November was because we wanted voter turnout. Hey, wait, do we even make so we're not doing the health insurance at all? I just came back to that. No insurance?
So.
No health insurance either, Mike?
So is there a separate motion for, those are two items.
Yes. Okay. So health insurance would cost $1,100 a month.
That the person would pay.
Correct.
Again, I'm good.
I mean, even if we bumped our pay up to $3,000 a year, you still have a net financial loss. And I don't know what people are paying for individual insurance, the self-employed.
I think that if I understood this correctly, and I could be wrong, is it not that the commission can opt in and then they pay for the policy? Is that not right?
No, the intent was that the city would pay for the health insurance.
No, what I was referring to is the person pays, the commission. Because maybe maybe the rate that they would get here with the city would be cheaper than they would with the regular job.
I think the committee wanted for the city to provide the health insurance to the commissioner.
No, that goes to my other point that I was going to bring up right now before the health insurance. I know we're discussing the charter amendments and we're discussing all the stuff that the charter committee came up with, which is good. But then I know there was some other stuff that we had talked about before that didn't come up with the charter committee. So are we going to bring up those as well?
When we're done.
Oh, when we're done? Okay.
Yeah. Then you can add No?
I think it's best to do it now. Why then have to go back to page 3, back to
Oh,
page
no,
8?
but I'm just saying, but you mean in this section?
Yeah, there was one on this section, because I know we've discussed it in the past, and the whole reason that the election was moved over to, well, are we done with the insurance? Like,
So so just so that it can be clear, is there a motion to deny the health insurance?
Well, I'm okay with somebody wanting to opt in, but I'm not really on board with the city.
yeah, I agree with Ford. The city shouldn't pay for it, but it should be the
it's
person who serves on
available,
here to pay for it. If they want to opt in, they can opt in. It's up to them. But the city should not pay for it, but the person should. And I understand what you're saying, but hey, if they want to do it, they can do it. It's an option.
Make a motion.
The issue, though, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, because even if you pay to get, like, to opt in, that $1,100, it can cost the city a bunch of money, depending on who gets put on the insurance, based on pre-existing health conditions, all that type of stuff.
And claims, which could
Claims.
jack up
Correct, and then it
everybody's.
can hurt the whole city.
But that,
Let her die.
huh?
Let it die.
Okay. Okay. Well, the other thing I was going to bring up.
Okay, so let's
So
just make
I had a motion on the table by Commissioner Kinsley.
a motion on the table to allow the commissioners to,
If they want to have
they
it,
want
they
to
pay
opt
for
in,
it.
but they would pay for the health insurance.
Yes.
Who made
yes,
that
ma'am.
motion?
Who made that?
I had that you made the motion, sir.
No, I just said I have no problem.
That was stepping away real quick.
Is there a
Okay,
motion
then
for
we'll
that?
erase that, and then we'll put
It wasn't-
Ms.
Yeah, it
Mark.
was in motion. We're
Then
just
it would-
discussing it.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
there was no
if,
motion.
there's not a motion for that then? So
Okay, so it dies.
Okay, but can we entertain a motion to not provide health insurance to the commission? Because it's on here.
And I think I heard Commissioner Mesmer.
Because you're putting two together.
No, because
It
you're
doesn't-
presuming that all this stuff's going to get approved, right? So it wouldn't necessarily be a motion to reject. It just, someone needs to make a motion to approve that the language you put in there. And if no one makes that motion, then we just move on.
But we already defeated this one, so this is not even
Okay.
going on the.
Okay, all right. I'm just making sure that we don't have to come back and do it again.
And I will reiterate, we can vote ourselves pay raises. So please consider that. $100 a month is chump change.
I didn't even know you guys got paid, was it $98?
$92.
$92.35.
I donate my money back
after
to the
tax.
city, so like, I was like,
So if you're going to donate the money back to the city, why would you not have the voters decide? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I think they said, well, send yours to the food bank and send yours to wherever. Like, I don't understand.
the motion's dead, man. Let's move along.
Well, I think I run the meeting, sir, still. So that was the question. But it just, that was what I didn't understand there. But anyhow, moving on. Where are we at?
No, I was going to section, Article 4, Section 3. Same thing. Or no, Section 3. And what I was referring to was because I know when we moved the elections, we moved them to November because the whole point of that was for voter turnout. We wanted higher voter turnout, and si Dios quiere, God willing, that's what we're going to get this November. But I know Dan had mentioned it before that while like Frank and I and Frank, myself, and Mike are going to get a high voter turnout because it's a presidential year. Next year, when you guys go up for vote, you guys will not benefit from that high voter turnout. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
So,
yes.
Yeah. So we were thinking. I know it was brought up that we were thinking about maybe at least discussing switching the terms for the city commissioners because I think McAllen, was it McAllen? I think McAllen switched it from 3 years. They moved it to 4 years. I'm not sure if Brownsville did it as well. But I'm pretty sure McAllen did it. Yeah, because I know we spoke, and Edinburgh did it too, didn't it? Because I know we were speaking to the mayor, Ramiro. I think he said it was 4 years too.
I think they've always had 4 years.
Okay, so I know ours, and I think moving the terms to 4 years would play along with.
Where are we?
Section 3, Article 4, Section 3.
That's page 9.
Page 9. And the reason I'm bringing this out because I'm a big proponent of voter turnout, And I think that if we were to keep it, we would move it to 4 years, then that means we'd ensure that every election that we have for the city commission or the mayor would always have a higher turnout, because it would either be a presidential one or it would be the election of a governor.
And this
state
is
governor.
Article 4, Section 3?
So last year it was changed, term limits, three-year terms, correct?
4, yeah, I was trying to get it lower, but I had to compromise. Yeah, it's 4 3-year terms.
4 3-year terms.
4 3, so it's 12 years.
So this is making 4 4-year terms.
No, I don't. I would want to keep the
That's 12 years, so it'd be three 4-year terms.
3 4 years. Like, we're not switching the
2-year
length.
terms.
We're just switching the term, the amount, the term. So, like, in other words, instead of the commissioners being elected for 3 years, they would be elected for 4 years, and that would ensure that we would always have high voter turnout. Because the way it is right now, like for your election, I think next year is only going to be a constitutional election. So that means how many people actually go out and vote for that? It's going to be very, very okay. Yeah, I know we do, but generally, if you look at all the voter rate, the voter turnout, it's very, very low. Okay, and I think in a position in the city for the city commission, I think you always want to aim for the highest voter turnout, because in previous elections, I know I would look at it and you would see like 200 people voted, 300 people voted, and it's ridiculous that for a city with a population of close to 80,000 people, you have less than 1,000 people voting. It's not a true representation of what the people want. So if we move it to every presidential and every governor election, we're going to be ensured that we're going to have a higher voter turnout, and that means the people that will
would extend us a year.
Yes, and then there is precedent for that, because when we did move the elections to November, that's what happened to all 3 of our terms. They got extended for 6 months. So, and this is the only time that would be extended. It would just be that time, and then after this election, you guys would go up for election in 2026. You guys would be up for. Well, I know you don't want to do it. You know what I mean. The next election will be 2026, and then the next one would be, am I doing my math right? The next election would be 2028. You guys would be 2026. Yeah, 2026.
That's Mike. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it would be 2026. The next governor election will be 2026, and the next presidential would be in 2028. So this always ensures that you're going to have higher voter turnout at every election.
For the guys on the right, Rini and Morales, and your formers,
Predecessors.
they moved the election to November of
Correct.
this year, and I lost 4-1. The argument was, his argument was voter turnout. True, but then the other elections, and I forget the mathematical formula, but the other elections would not occur on election years. Right, and so.
And
Where
this would
is
fix
this
this.
in red about changing?
So I'm going to just ask Delia a question, because you're still here. Thank you so much. What did the committee, some of us here value what the committee, I'm just kidding.
I value what they.
I had to just throw that in there. Anyhow, the committee, was this presented, and what did the committee consider in terms of, why don't we have a slide on this?
We actually did consider that comment from the commission on whether to move to 4-year terms or stick to 3-year terms. And we debated it internally, and the committee decided that because the vote was so recent and the public selected for 3-year terms, we decided to leave it alone as is and allow the commission to determine which direction to take. That being said, we as a committee also wanted to comment that if the commission is going to take this to a vote to change the years of terms, then the committee would highly recommend 3 4-year terms.
Okay.
I think because ultimately, I think this is because everything that we're doing here right now, like all these votes that we're taking, I think people. I just want to clarify for the people at home, our decision is not final, because the people that are going to have the ultimate decision, it's going to be in November, and it's going to be the citizens of Harlingen. You people at home, you residents at home, are going to be the ones that are going to decide whether you think this is a good idea or whether it's a bad idea. So by switching it over here, my opinion is that we should switch it over to 4-year terms, ensure higher voter turnout in every mayor and city commission election, and I would hope that in November, the people would vote for that as well. And if they don't, they don't.
I think it's a bad idea to extend our terms. That's just my personal opinion, because we were elected for 3-year terms, and then we got 3 years and 6 months on our terms. And so, and the voters just voted for that.
They voted for the term limits, not for the term.
They voted to move the elections.
November, yes.
But they voted for term limits.
Which still stay in effect.
So, but they didn't vote to keep us here for 8 years. They voted to keep us here for 6 years. I mean, 3 years.
3 years. Yeah, because they weren't given the option. This goes back to what you were saying earlier when it comes to giving the people the right to vote. They're the ones that are going to vote. If they don't want it, they don't want it. They don't have to take it.
Correct, which is what I said earlier, but that died, but
So-
now it's here, and it's
So
different.
mathematically,
Yeah.
with the term limits, they would have to leave. They would all have to resign
No, they wouldn't.
6 months into their third term, because if you're moving the election back.
He's suggesting changing, which I think is great in terms of if that's the route you're going to do, is put it on the ballot, then it only makes sense to reduce the amount and to put the term limits to align with what the voters approved last time, right, which is 12 years. And so you shouldn't have more than 12 years. So then that means you could only serve 3 terms, is what you said, right? So
It's because, like, I know what Mike is saying, but like, it's the way we did it, Mike, and I don't know if you remember, the way we did it is because we made it we made it it did not take into place until this coming election. So say, for example, for you've been here for what, 10 years, 15 years? How long have you been here?
I don't know.
So you've been here the longest.
I don't
So
keep
you've been
score
here-
that way in life.
Okay, so you've been here for about, we'll exaggerate, maybe 12 years. So the way we set it up was, and I know at the time, a lot of people were questioning because of the mayor Boswell, and we specifically said what you did before doesn't count. What you did before doesn't count. So like as of right now, so you've been here, say 12 years, you could still technically, under the way it's set up right now, still serve for an additional 12 years, and that would put you up at 22. You don't have to resign or anything like that.
I'm only running one more time.
Okay. what I'm saying for your argument.
Thank you for your vote of confidence.
But again, this is my suggestion, because I'm a big proponent of voter turnout, and I don't like the idea of only a few people being able to vote.
So why
for
didn't
it.
y'all fix that when you put it on the ballot so that way it would make sense?
Hey, you know what? Hindsight's 20/20. You know what?
didn't have
You know
to
what? If I could go back, I would change it to that. You know what? You're right, because I know that's what McAllen did. But unfortunately, that wasn't at the time. I was focused, and my focus was term limits. I wanted term limits. I was tired of people being here for 20 years plus and all that other stuff. I wanted term limits. So now that I look back, do I wish I had made that change? Yes, I do. But right now, I'm just seeing what you guys think. Again, we're discussing it. And I'm thinking about this would increase voter turnout, and that's always been my major thing. I want people to go out there and vote. I know Harlingen's past where we have very few voters, and I'm proud to the fact. And I mentioned it last time I spoke to one of them. I think the mayor from Edinburgh, is that prior to our change, where we opened up the elections. I remember when Remy came, he was telling us that Harlingen had a historic, we averaged about 3 to 4% voter turnout in our city elections. And then because of the changes that Frank and I made, where we opened up the ballot box, we opened up early voting and all that, we jumped up from 3 to 4% to 16%. And that's a huge increase. And is that where we want to be? No, I want it to be, I would want it to be 100%. I know I'll never get there, but I want it to be higher. And I think by moving this where the elections are held on either a presidential or a governor election, that will increase voter turnout.
I think the way we can do it, Mayor, because I have the same concern. Now it seems like I just keep extending my term, and that's definitely not what I want. What we can do, and it was done when they drafted this charter, is there were certain members that only got a 1-year term, and then after that, then they rolled in. So what we could happen is, during our election, we would only have we would be running, but hypothetically the three of us, for a 1-year term. And then that next one, it kicks in for 4 years. So that they would stay on the presidential and we would be on the governor race. Because I thought you don't want all 6 slots all on the same election. Because hypothetically, you're going to have a whole new slate and then no one knows what's going on, right?
Yeah.
So you want,
Yes.
the founders were smart to keep them staggered. And that's the way. If you don't want to do it that way, where you extend it to 4 years, we run for a 1-year 1-year term, and then it kicks in the 4 years.
That's insane. No one wants to run for one term. That's just too much.
The thing is, I don't. You're extending it for it. This doesn't happen all the time. I mean, these are extenuating circumstances. So I don't see for 1 year, and I know that happens all the time. If you think about it, who was it? I know it was Victor. When Victor was in office, I know he served a little bit longer than usual or short, something like that, because somebody that he was running for either left or did something, and I know he came in at a weird time because I did all his research. I did research on him, but
Totally different. That's an unexpired term.
yeah, but so that there is you can technically serve longer, but this is just that one time to get everything set in stone where it's supposed to be.
I love the idea of voter turnout, and I wish that you guys would have visited that when you were putting the propositions on the ballot. I think everybody that was voting, or at least I saw that, like, this isn't smart.
You should reach out to your commissioner.
But I should have. And anyhow, I have a hard time because none of the other propositions really impact us directly, right? Even this thing with the pay, you could have said what you said there, Daniel, like, this commission isn't going to take, it would be future commissions, and then that would have been fine, and that has nothing to do with this commission. But this specific change does, in fact, extend our terms individually. So now I do have a personal gain from this specific change, and I don't like that. And I think that the voters voted for 3 years, and
They did not vote for 3 years.
Huh?
They didn't vote for 3 years. They voted for term limits for 12 years.
No, but they voted for us to be in office for a certain period of time.
12 years, which won't change.
No, they didn't vote for 12 years.
Yeah, the 4 3-year terms. That's 12
Right.
years.
That's assuming that,
If
people
you keep
continue
on
to
serving,
run.
yes.
Right. So that's my only reservation. But ultimately, that's y'all's decision. But I'll just point out that not all municipalities that have 4-year terms do it to align with the presidential election and the governor's election. Edinburgh specifically are on off years, and they do that so that way they don't align. So they're 4 years, but they're on the odd numbers, so that way, they're not on the ballot. Like this year, Edinburgh doesn't have anybody running for office. They have propositions on the ballot, but they don't have anybody running for office. So it separates, which is, I think, what you were a proponent of, city government stuff and the general election. So the 4 years for them isn't for voter turnout. It's 4 years because I would imagine they feel, which is a valid point, it takes a long time to see things to fruition, and there's lots of work that needs to be done, and 4 years makes sense for governments. It's just, for this one, I don't like the idea
This
of
would
having
increase
to
your
run for one
this would
for 1
increase your
year.
terms to 4.5 years on this cycle.
That's my point. Yeah, like, it's just like, oh my goodness, like, when is she ever going to be out of office, right?
You can always not run for re-election. That's
Gee,
one option
well.
right there.
Now we need you in here.
But what I'm saying is,
You
I mean,
see my point? That is my only reservation, but
I completely agree with you, Mayor.
Maybe it
This
needs to be
should
in
have
the
been fixed back then.
2024.
I agree.
Odanek, takes full responsibility because this is all his fault. Right?
and Frank.
And Frank's required, but again, I think it needs to be done. That's the will, in my mind. That's what they wanted, the voters, and that's when I went to the polls to vote for that. That's what I was thinking. Right? I personally also didn't do the math because I was like, my commissioners should know what they're doing, right? But excuse me. So I'm fine. I think we need to go to the 4 years. I was saying 2. I don't care if we go 4. and I'm fine doing it where we do a 1-year run and then we go run for 4 years after that.
I think that's a big, big mistake because it is very difficult to campaign and and then to be in office for 1 year. Like, that's just, that's ridiculous.
Well, I ran the misogynist destroyed a woman commissioner.
For 1 year?
No, I served 6 months and had to run again.
Correct, but you were filling somebody's term.
Yes.
What Daniel is suggesting is that we run for a 1-year term.
And there's precedent because it's in our charter.
I think that's like who wants to, that's just, I even think that the state reps, that they have to be running every 2 years. They've got 1 year that they are out there campaigning, and then 1 year they're in session, and they're always campaigning. And I always think, are the decisions that they're making, are they because they're on, it's election time? Because it's always election time. And so, you got that 1 year. How are we going to do the work that we need to do in the city if all we're doing is that we're out there campaigning for 1 year? I think
Well, we got to put in more than 12 hours, all right?
Well, shoot, man.
What do you think, Ford?
I think that's a bad. I figure out another way. I just think that's a bad way.
There's two ways, right? The way I'm looking at it.
Because it looks you're going that direction.
No. The one is you don't like, right? Because it's the extension of our terms. That's not good. But and then the other is we run one for 1 year and then you go for the 4 years.
Or the third is the status quo, and we just run in an off year.
Yeah, that's wrong. I mean,
People want to vote will come out and vote. It may not be as many as would vote in a governor election or a presidential election, but it doesn't disrupt the karma. I mean, everything runs as normal.
But I think that, like, when people, like you said, when people went out and voted, and they understood that when they were voting last election, that they were moving the election to November. I think that they understood, and I'm sure you did too, that you understood that the whole reason we're moving it to November is because of voter turnout. And I think we need to push that. I mean, I'm repeating myself, but I'm a big proponent of voter turnout. We need to have people come out and vote. And I don't like the idea, like you said, you mentioned Edinburgh, how they purposely put theirs on off years. I would love to see what their voter turnout is, because we need to have people go out there and vote. The only time this commission is a true representation of the community is when people go out there and vote. And I'm not talking about the 600, 500 people that have gone in previous elections. Like, I was talking to Frank about this yesterday, and when our election comes in November, I'm hoping to see in the numbers in the thousands. Okay, preferably all for me, but I would.
I like the little slide in there.
But I want to see people out there, and I want to see people out there voting.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think, Commissioner Pettis over here says that there was record turnout of voting. I think it was the people that were on the ballot that drove the people out to vote. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
That was definitely the truth for District 2. For
So,
sure.
so I don't know what you're talking about.
And if you do take credit for that, you also have to give credit to the people who extended the early voting hours.
Well, there were no president on that ballot. There was no.
It was just the governor, right?
No, there wasn't the governor. It was just.
Because we're in May. It was just us and HISD.
So imagine it's 16% then, right there. Okay, on your. Imagine what it could be.
Candidates, and they'll be good.
But look at what the outcome was.
That is true. I'm thinking, but
those don't make sense, Commissioner. But I recognize that I can read the room, and I see that that's where y'all are going. So I would highly discourage this whole 1 year. It's too taxing for anyone that is wanting to run. And I know that we've had some conversations about whether you would like to run or not run, and how it would not be fair to have somebody run for 1 year and then have to do that again. I just don't think it's good for governance of the city. That's my point.
I don't think you should do my opinion is Again, this would affect you guys, not my election.
Right.
But I don't think that you guys should do the 1 year. I think you guys should just do the extension. And I think ultimately the people. In other words, you guys are not going to be deciding. It's going to be the people that are going to decide. So let them decide. They'll know that, hey, if I vote for this guy, if I vote for this, that's going to extend their term. And I know for a fact that people were aware of that when they voted, because when we were moving the elections November, Mayor Boswell, sitting where you're at right now, Norma, let everybody know that, hey, if you vote for moving the elections to November, these guys, and he pointed at all of us, are going to be extended 6 months. Okay, so the people are going to be aware of it. You're making people aware of it right now, but I think the people should have the opportunity to vote. And I don't think you guys. I agree with Norma. The 1 year thing. I appreciate what you're doing because you want to give the people what I understand what you're saying, because it's not right. Well, not that it's not right, but it's not what you signed up for. But at the same time, I just think the 4 years are necessary for the voter turnout, and I think we should give the ultimate decision to the people of Harlingen.
So is that a motion or what?
Yes, I make a motion to change the length of term of office for the city commissioner and the mayor to 4 years to align with the presidential and governor elections in order to improve voter turnout.
You're going to need to include language about that the total terms is 12 years.
Oh, yes, and the total term limits will stay in effect, and the total terms will be 12 years.
Okay, so again, I have this
total length.
This question now that we are actually, or you guys are actually going to vote on this. Can you vote on those? Can that be in one single proposition? Mark?
I think so, because the term of office of the commission.
I want to make sure it's even okay. You see what I'm saying? Because you're on the proposition, it's going to say to change the where is it? Can you what? Can't need to read it.
Well, you're changing the terms from 3 4-year terms to 4 3-year terms to coincide with the presidential and the gubernatorial election. And then you might have a separate measure for term limits to stay in effect for 12. But
Mayor, I think
so right here, it kind of doesn't.
You have to do it in one, because if one passes and the other fails, then you're in a pickle.
I know, but how are you going to put the language to the language on the, where does it go?
The way you would make it simpler, you would just say that.
Do you understand my
You
question?
approve that commissioners can have up to 3 4-year terms.
the thing is, I think right now, Mayor, we just need to vote on what it is you want to have done.
And then we'll bring it back
Because
in the
Mark's
form
going to have
of
to
a
come
proposal,
up
yeah.
with the proposition language.
But mathematically, then they will be serving 4.5 years, 5.5 years? 4.5 years. And so then, with the term limits, they will have to resign in their last term, assuming these individuals run again, because you're limiting them to 12 years, and the first term is 12 and a half.
I'll be right.
No, the term limits if you voted it that way, the term limits would go into effect after the.
Technically, the terms that you guys are going in right now,
Article 4,
from my understanding, from
Page 9.
It depends how the language is worded on the ballot, but you can word it that way.
because the term limits don't go into effect until our election. So our election is when they go into effect. Our election right now, like in November. So technically, the term limits don't. This term that they're serving right now technically doesn't count for them when it comes to the term limits. So they wouldn't have to resign or anything like that. Got it. Okay. So then why don't we just make it simple and then lengthen the term to 4 years instead of 3?
Okay, I'm just trying to see, I get what you're saying, but before you say the motion, okay, so it says, in the first election, okay.
Dele, you thought I was joking about the 2 a.m., right? You thought I was joking.
3 commissioners shall serve 3-year terms. Thereafter, each commissioner shall serve 3-year terms. That's where the change
We
is.
haven't even stretched. Well, this whole language would have to be changed because it would be that they were extending the terms to 3-year terms.
So then here it would read, with which 3 commissioners shall serve 4-year terms. Thereafter, each commissioner shall serve 4-year terms. Is that, I just don't know.
We'd have.
That's why we leave it to Mark.
Yeah, Mark would have to figure it out.
All right. I just, okay. So,
Because some would be serving 4.5-year terms, like Commissioner Mesmer mentioned.
correct.
Yeah, but you don't have to put that language in here. Mark
In
can
essence
figure
of
it
it,
out.
it gets elected. If this gets passed by the people of Harlingen, in reality, all you're doing is what Frank, myself, and
Okay.
Mesmar did, which is really getting extended only for the half year.
Okay.
And if it passes, Mark can figure out the language. We don't have to figure that out today.
Right.
Just,
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you want, and I'll bring you back
Yeah.
something at the end of next week.
So the only, okay,
But it has to be one, I'm just telling you, I believe it should be one.
No, I agree with you.
yeah, it does, it does.
Because then you have a thing like the Brownsville. Remember, Brownsville was like pass one, but you pass one, you don't like pass the other, and it became a cluster, and no one understood what it meant.
I agree wholeheartedly. That's why I think that section may need to be rewritten completely.
Okay.
So that way because they're not in the same, in the same paragraph.
Yeah.
Does-
I agree.
You know
Makes
what I'm,
sense.
okay, right? Because you said earlier you would see the old language and then the new language, so now you're gonna have two sections and one, I don't know. Okay, that's your job, Mark, right?
Yeah.
I'll take care of it.
So, okay, the motion,
Make a motion to change the term lengths of the city commissioner and mayor to 4 years, and for them to align with presidential and governor elections to increase voter turnout.
and
The term limits still stay.
Oh, and term limits will remain the same. Will still be 12 years.
why don't
Second.
you do 8 years? Just putting it out there.
Commissioner Lopez seconded.
You want to go to
Yeah.
8 years?
I mean, if y'all are all about term limits,
When it comes to term limits, I'm the daddy. I brought it up.
I'm just saying, I mean, here's your
You
opportunity.
literally had to throw that wrinkle in like last minute. Right? Like,
Well, I mean, just saying that just.
I'm
whatever.
down for that if you guys are. Because remember, everything goes into, remember, term limits have not gone into effect until after this election. So this term that you guys are serving doesn't count toward the term limits. But just like mine and Frank's term right now doesn't count. Or Mike's.
I know.
Why is it that lawyers always make it complicated?
Well, I'm just, honestly, I want the voters to feel like I would like to see, okay, you're making this change, well, you better, you really, it's really about term limits, and show me it's about term limits.
Okay.
Because you're a 16-year term limit, that's ridiculous. Even 12 is a long time to
I
serve.
had to compromise.
Okay.
Okay, so-
So you already have a motion, and the motion is the 12, the keep the term limits the same. That's motions on the floor, correct? Is
Well, no,
there-
I can rectify right now because initially, do you guys want to switch it to 8 years?
So are you amending your motion to say?
Okay,
that?
amending the motion to have the length of term for a city commissioner and mayor to be 4 years. To be 4 years for the mayor and the commission. In order to improve voter turnout, they have to align with the governor and presidential election, and term limits will be for 2 4-year terms for total of 8 years.
And can I just add a little more to it? And I'm just saying, because I talked to all the mayors in the city about in the region, and I would imagine that there would be a commissioner that serves and may want to serve 8 years as a commissioner, and then may want to serve as the mayor. So then your term.
That was in that originally. Like
Right.
it doesn't count. Your commissioner doesn't count toward the mayor. It's different.
Okay, so long as anyone that wants to run after they've served their 8
Thing
years.
is, you're making it real complicated. It's going to be really, really
because that's
big.
that right there is what they are fixing in Edinburgh right now, because they voted to do term limits, and then it impacted whether term limits for what, like, right?
Okay.
So I'm just saying, as long as it's clear and Mark makes that
Yeah,
clear.
there'll be term limits in the position for which you were elected.
Right.
Yes, commissioner, and then you can still do, because we did originally where the commissioner, and then you do your term limits here. If you want to be commissioner, mayor, you can run for mayor, and they'll start all over again for mayor.
Because everybody told me when I was running that I was doing the wrong thing, right? You can't just jump in to be mayor. You got to be commissioner first, right? Those are the rules that I didn't follow. But I'm just saying, I wouldn't want to close that door off.
Feisty. I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it. Taking jabs at everyone, man.
I didn't have coffee
Keep this Norma.
until.
I want this Norma.
Can we go back to the mayor vote?
Oh, now you're coming around, man. I'm kidding.
I did ask her, and I think you stepped out, and they said they were going to defer to the commission. Yeah, because I want to be respectful of the committee, but they didn't want to have this discussion, I think, is probably what happened. Anyhow, so that is, your motion, is there a second?
I think there was already a second, Mayor.
Well,
Danny
but
already seconded.
He amended his motion, so he has to
Yeah.
accept the
Oh,
amendment.
okay, yes.
8 years? I like the 12. And this is the only reason. I think the 12 is at 2 terms you finally understand what you're doing, or 1 term you finally understand what you're doing, then you have 2 terms of being efficient and effective. But do I think someone should be a commissioner for 12 years? No. I don't know.
Present company.
Of course.
There's some obtuse logic there somewhere, I'm sure.
Okay, okay, there is already a motion. Is there a second? There's,
For that one,
For the amendment?
yeah, is there a second?
I'll second it.
For the 8 or the
Voters-
12?
For the 8. Let's let the voters decide it. Right.
It's fine, but you guys, the motion is on the floor, so you need to see if there's a second, or it dies, and then you can bring another motion.
He did. He seconded it.
Second, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so it died anyway. So you want to redo your motion, or is there?
What did you want? You haven't mentioned it. What is it that you want? Are you against the 4-year terms?
There's a 3-2.
I'm in favor of keeping everything as is, 3-year terms.
But what about voter turnout?
Well, the voter turnout will be coming around, okay? It's not as, there'll be, what is it, 2 out of 4 years? We'll have plenty of people coming in during the governor's race and during the presidential,
Yeah, I didn't see
all
that
right?
one coming.
So,
We're going to have off years where there's not going to be voter turnout.
and that's when we should have changes like to the charter. All
That's
right?
what we're doing right now.
Yeah. But it's a presidential election, not an off year. Next year is an off year.
What? I'm not understanding.
The best time to make changes to the charter and certain amendments that we need for the charter, or anything else that deals, anything that we need to do for the charter or for the city, it's best if we do those changes during the off years so the citizens can concentrate only and we can promote it via community involvement so they can understand what the commission is trying to do.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Right now, the whole thing is we are rushing this.
I don't
Okay.
think we are rushing. We've taken it to, I understand it's an election year and stuff, but this is when you want the most people to go out there and actually vote.
Correct. At the end of the day, I think we're more effective if we provide community involvement, real community involvement, okay? Instead of just saying, you know what? Here's what we want, or here's what we selected, and then they decide.
But what's more powerful?
Frank, didn't this already die once?
Yeah.
Already voted?
So
you were against the 4-year terms?
Pardon?
Were you, no, because I don't know if you
Yes,
voted
I-
against.
I was against the 4-year term.
Okay,
Okay, so you have 3 votes against?
okay, so it's dead.
Okay, so it's dead.
Put it-
Now I think we need to take a break. You're missing one.
Oh, so we
But-
didn't vote.
Did it fail because of that, or did it fail because of the term limit?
That's what I was trying to figure out. That's what I was asking.
Let's kind of just, Frank, let's back up a little bit, and then, so we can put this to bed already, because we need to move on. I think everybody on this commission appreciates the fact that you didn't want to have any amendments on the ballot this time around, because of the fact that you wish that there had been more public engagement.
Correct.
Okay, acknowledged. However, we have already gone through several articles and propositions, and you voted on each one of those because that didn't get a second. And so now we're moving forward.
Correct. But he asked me how I voted, and I voted against the 4-year term. I voted against the 8-year term that you're trying to do. Okay? So I'm trying to answer his question as to why I voted. That's it. We're not backtracking.
Right. I
I'm not
understand.
backtracking.
So I think the question was that Commissioner Lopez said that he was not comfortable with 8 years and would prefer it to be 12 years. And so what was unclear was if you did not want to reduce the term limits. Is that right? You didn't want to reduce the term limits to 8, and instead you wanted them to stay at the 12.
At the 12,
Right. So, okay,
So
so
then you're
there's
fine
that.
with it, with the motion if the term limit stayed at 12?
So if the motion was that they were moving.
let's see if we can clarify this.
Yes.
Keep it at 3 years for mayor and commissioners.
Okay, then that answers that question.
Okay, as far as the term limits, we'll leave it at 12. That's it.
And Mike, yours too, was you were against the 4-year terms, right? Or were you against the term limit part of it? That's all I'm asking.
I was against extending it to 4 years.
Okay, that's all I wanted to
Because their term will be 4.5 years, and they ran for 3 years. And that's sort of a deception to the voters.
Agreed. And so, just so you know, I don't know, I think it should
You
stay the
served 3.5
same.
years, then you should have resigned after 3 years, because you served 3.5 years.
You're talking to whom?
You, because all they're doing is what all three of us did.
I voted against your proposal to extend the election to November and extend our term 3.5 years. I voted against it. I
You're right.
spoke for the record.
You're right, I apologize. You didn't want voter turnout.
Okay.
No,
So.
I want voter turnout, and don't you put words
So
in my
let's
mouth.
just stay on task.
You're
Actions say
being
different.
rude.
Your actions say different.
Okay, so.
No, they don't.
The only thing, I will just end with this, Commissioner Morales, is that we can't go back in 2025 and put anything on the ballot. That
not
is a
asking for that. Mm-hmm.
proposition. Okay, got it. All right, so,
Okay, so.
did that die or when?
Yes,
Okay.
it's dead.
All right, can we move on then?
Mhm.
All right, next.
So we're going to go to section 11.
You had problems with this one?
Yeah, so I just thought it was weird that on I it said shall instead of may,
Oh, yeah.
right? So we can just change that.
Gabe,
Yes, sir.
when you're absent, don't we have a assistant city manager step in?
But the charter doesn't really allow that, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's
Yeah.
on sick, and that's why he couldn't come.
I had COVID one time.
Yeah.
And then the next one is J. It's already, I think our roles are already clearly defined, and this is my question, is that I ask, I know Gabe's busy. Gabe's with Norman, like MPO meetings, or he's wherever, and so I'll ask Oscar, I'm like, hey, Oscar, what's the status on X, or what, Josh, what are you guys doing on whatever, right? And the way I'm reading it here is I wouldn't be able to ask him that like everything I do would have to go through Gabe. So if I ask Luis, I need to see the drainage study for whatever, he can't give me that now because that can be considered an order.
But this says except for the purpose of inquiry and investigation, so that would be like inquiring about a request.
I was showing a request of city manager of any supposed to approve or.
Yeah, I read it, you can ask staff anything.
Yeah, it's just saying here, you can't tell them, hey, you got to go fire this person.
Yeah, that's already against the law as it is.
Well,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it might have been, well.
Who's been doing it?
Why was,
Who's been doing it?
I was going to ask, like, Delia, why did you guys put that one in there?
This is, we were researching other charters from other cities, and this is a clause that's found in many other charters. So we thought that we proposed it to the committee, and the committee as a whole voted to accept it.
Okay.
I think this, yeah.
I don't see it, I mean, I see that it further defines the roles of the commission as being implementing policy and making sure that the city manager is the individual that is responsible for the hiring and the firing of his team, and that there's no influence or pressure from the commission to say, hey, you need, which I agree is against the law, but you not to instruct him to be removed from office. Or you go to Josh and say, or there's Josh. Yeah, go to Josh and say, hey, you know what? You need to get rid of Javier.
That's the first part, right? So, yeah, and I'm fine with that.
And for the record, that's not what we're saying. He's doing an amazing job. And just think, these little bite pieces example. So I think that's good. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Except for the
Changing the first from shall to may.
The first one. Mm-hmm. I think he can just delegate.
All right. Now I'll make a motion to change it to May.
Second.
And the I and J is fine?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Then we're going on to section 14 about the city attorney and auditor. My biggest fear on this is that those positions become very political. And I cannot get on board with that, because now I'm going to pick the attorney that's going to go and he's going to give me the opinions I want, or the auditor to give me the opinions I want. And so I like that a neutral party, which would be the city manager, makes the recommendation. And the way you did it, I remember even with the municipal judge, you gave us 3 or 4, right? And you say, this is my number 1 selection, but these are the other people, gave us information, and then you proceed. We make a decision, right?
The other thing is people go to college and get a degree in HR. And there's laws that they have to follow. No city commissioner is in HR. None will be in the future. We don't know the law. And you're opening yourself and the city up for massive lawsuits.
Yeah, because then you start just picking people, commissioners, not that this commission would, but other commissioners or future commissioners can start picking their buddies for
Correct.
The contract, and I just...
Let me go through this one. It was a year before a recommendation was made. The person we hired had been one of the applicants, okay? So how much time do you want to give the city manager before he makes a recommendation?
As much time as it takes.
A year plus?
As much time as it takes. The city manager runs the city. We don't.
Sir, do we need an internal auditor? Yes or no?
Yes.
Then why do we want to wait a full year and then hire somebody that's applied?
Sounds like you need to fire Gabe.
Not that we're saying that at all.
No.
We need to stop doing, that's going to be on the front page. Listen, so this is my problem with this. I think that
For the newspaper, that was facetiousness.
Thank you. How do you envision this working, Frank?
We can give it a time limit.
No.
6 months.
That's not what I'm asking. So you put here, the city attorney and the city auditor can be hired or fired by a majority vote of the entire city commission. So that's already what happens here. The commission is going to hire and fire. That's already part of the charter. You have carved out the city manager recommending to the commission. So how is this going to work? You are going to, the mayor is going to receive applications. So now they're going to do a post that we have an internal auditor position available, and then I'm going to get the resumes, and then I'm going to share them with the commission, and then we have Toma. So we can't talk about it without him. Like, how are you going to implement this?
My problem with a recommendation is that we waited 1 full year, okay?
But how are you implementing
So
this?
I know Gabe is saying, well, I didn't have anybody.
I was waiting for another candidate that had more experience than the one I ultimately hired. I wanted somebody with as much experience as the previous auditor that had left had. So I was waiting for that. And after a year, I didn't get that candidate, so I hired the most qualified that was there at the time. That's why it took so long, because I would have kept waiting just for the person that had more experience.
Let me ask you, where did we advertise for our internal auditors?
We advertised in TML, we advertised here on our webpage, and I think HR may have advertised in some sort of other publication, but I don't know what that was. So I know TML for sure. We advertise, all of our director positions get sent there. And then on the city's webpage.
See,
Okay, but that's all old news. Let's get to this. What does this need to be?
let's give it a 6-month waiting period, all right? If he can't come up with something, we got to expedite and try to get an internal auditor because we need one. Same thing with...
How do you do that, though? How do you do that? That's my question. I agree, I understand. How do you do it?
Let me ask you, if we didn't have a city attorney, do we wait a year?
That's not the, it's like, you're not listening to the question. The question is, okay, so say this commission approves it, you put it on the ballot, and it is, and it passes, right? Because it seems fine. City attorney, city auditor can fire by a majority of the vote of the entire city commission. But you have specifically taken out the recommendation from the city manager. So how do you go about interviewing, hiring, and how do you go about that? Like, what does that process look like in your mind?
What did we do with the EDC? We ended up getting somebody to come in and do the interviewing, and then they made the selection. Actually, they gave us options as to whom would come in as far as a city EDC director. Same thing is going to be done with the Harlingen Waterworks. Follow the same procedure, okay?
So they send the applications to the city, and then they just give them to us.
HR can go through them and say, these people are qualified, these are not. Commission, we have 10 people here that qualify.
It doesn't say HR. You're acting, you want us to act as HR.
True.
We have no authority or knowledge of HR laws.
Well, then,
Do HR lawsuits. But I get what you're saying. I'll make a motion to reject this amendment.
All right.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
opposed.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Moving on.
Number 17, if we could just track the language that we talked about at the very beginning of this thing, about the social media platforms available.
Okay.
Mark?
Is there,
The Department of Redundancy.
Yeah, that just,
okay,
just tell them.
so motion.
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Um,
You're going to change this word here on the next one to and shall meet.
Oh, yeah, okay, so, but at least once a month, the commission shall meet at 5:30 PM.
The word, right?
Yeah, so instead of and, just put the commission.
Oh, strike and.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Make a motion to make the amendment?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, now we get to section 5.
The this is.
Yeah, this is the one. I say we reject the language because we're already doing what
Yeah, I think it
they
limits
recommended.
us. It will.
All right,
Okay.
Make a motion to reject this proposed
Second.
language?
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, who's second, Commissioner?
I made the motion.
Okay.
Didn't she say we could just pass it? We didn't have to do?
Yeah, we did, yeah, but
Okay. All right, next.
to be published prominently online. Yeah, I think that works. Make a motion to approve?
Second. That was section 7. man.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. And taxation.
Finance, Article 6, and I think this is, Mark, where you had.
Yeah, I would like that change, but I'd like it moved to Article 8, Section 5, franchises.
Make a motion to approve that recommendation?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. No changes there.
And it says website and public spaces. Public spaces, like I think you said, Mayor, as defined when we said earlier. Right, that works.
Sanitary sewer.
Yeah.
Sanitary sewers.
Ooh, let me get this.
This was that one, right, that, so this is another mark?
Yeah, it just takes out the section about fixing the lien, and entering on the property and making the connections themselves. So the remedy would be we would go to court if we had to do that.
I'll make a motion to accept what lawyer Mark just said.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And next, no changes.
Utility trustees, section 7.
Okay.
On this one, I would wanted to mention something. And I think we should align everything. Like, for example, right now, I know with the EDC, we have the final, their board, the EDC board can either, recommend the hiring or the firing of someone, and we have to approve it, correct it? For the EDC?
You approve the contract for the EDC, and I guess by virtue of approving the contract, you approve the hire.
Okay. I would like to be able to do that also for the airport board and the waterworks board, because I think in the general realm of the public, like right now, we do not have a say of the hiring and firing of whether it's whether it's someone on the airport board, the director of the airport board or the general manager of the waterworks. We don't have a say in that. Right now, it's just the board, and that's it.
Commissioner, actually, for the waterworks board, the city commission has the right to provide prior approval and consent for the hiring and prior approval and consent for the qualifications and the compensation.
Yeah, because when I asked about that, I don't know who it was, Gabriel. I don't know who somebody told me. I asked about that, and they told me that, or was it? I asked somebody, and they basically told me that we just give them permission to look for somebody. But when it comes to the actual individual, we don't get that.
That's not the way I read the chart.
That's not the way it's. So we do have a say.
Yeah. It says let me see if I can find the exact language for you. But it basically says the Harlingen Waterworks System has the right to employ a water and sewer utilities manager, but only with the prior approval and consent. All right. The qualifications and compensation of the water and sewer utilities manager also require the prior approval and consent. So, I think that's up to how the commission interprets that.
I think in the past what they've done is they just brought their final candidate to us and said,
yeah, but we have to provide approval.
Yeah, I think maybe if we tied up that language to say in the hiring of that means that the commission would have to be involved as well in the selection process too.
Or do it by ordinance. I mean, I think how we implement that is up to the commission.
Okay.
I think the only thing that is missing here is from what you've mentioned is that the firing part.
Yeah, it's the firing part's what I'm concerned about.
But is that what does the airport look like? Do you know? I don't know.
We don't. Okay, so first of all, that's not in the charter. That's in the ordinances, right?
For the airport?
For the airport.
No, I think it's in the charter.
I don't.
Is it in the charter?
There's something in the charter about the airport.
Municipal airport section, yeah, right there, section 9, or Article 9. I'm sorry.
Article 9, yes.
I don't think there's anything about
2 members. So is this no? There's a very term.
While you're all perusing, I think this is the city taking too much power. The water and sewer is an independent company within the city, but dotted lines to the city. We don't run the waterworks, and we don't run the airport. It's a dotted line. Leave them alone.
No, I agree.
Quit trying to seize power.
I know. I agree with the fact that they're separate entities and they should be separate entities. But at the same time, when it comes to the public, if someone gets hired or fired, someone as the director of the airport or the general manager of the waterworks, we're going to get blamed for it either way. So
But that's false blame.
It doesn't matter. It's still.
Yes, it does matter. You could say we have nothing to do with it. We don't run the airport. We don't run the waterworks. It's not our fault. It's not our cause.
Okay. Again, that goes, I'm not going to go there, but okay, that's your opinion. Good to know. I mean, what do you guys think about that? I'm throwing that out there because of recent events. And I don't like the fact that, you know, when it comes to hiring, I like to get it aligned like it is with EDC, but I don't know what you guys think.
I think we should have at least gotten a heads up on
Exactly.
what's going on at Water.
That was my
rather
main
than
concern.
Finding out about it after the fact.
I think if y'all are going to do this, it should align, how you mentioned, with the three, with the airport, the EDC, and Waterworks for it to be the same. I just looked through the charter for the airport, and there's no language. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's by ordinance, and I don't know. But I would really be concerned if the airport board on their own would decide that they were going to remove, the aviation director. And I think that also at the Waterworks, if they're going to move to remove the general manager, I get that we don't run the day-to-day operations, and that makes complete sense. But at the same time, the public has, they entrust the commission to make sure that every arm of the city is running properly. And so, to your point, Ford, about the heads up, I think is important. And so it's not so much that the commission's going to be doing the hiring and the firing. It's just part of the conversation, right?
Well, I mean, maybe we wanted to defend the decision. I mean, we just didn't have anything other than
I think the language you're looking for is advise and consent. I mean, they would advise
Yeah.
you
Yes.
and obtain your
Something
consent
like that,
before doing
yeah.
something.
It's like again, this is the analogy I'm bringing up. I don't know if it works, but like the budget, we don't make the budget for them, but at least it comes over here and we have to prove it or deny it. So that's the kind of the thing I want for us to be able to do when it comes to either directors or the director or the general manager. Like, we're not actually going to be running it. We're just going to,
That makes sense. I mean, you want to be able to be informed, and the only thing is the language of the ex officio. I think then you'd be informed. I don't know. I mean,
well, that I think, because I think just like the mayor and the city manager are ex officio members, I think the city commission will be, because I want this enshrined in the charter, so that way what happened, with one of our fellow commissioners doesn't happen again. And I know there's times where they kind of hesitate to let us in or something like that, and I don't think that's right, because any decisions that they make are going to be people are going to blame us for it or hold us responsible. And what Mike said, like, just tell them it wasn't. That's not what the people want to hear. Okay, the people don't want to hear it's not my fault.
People want to hear the truth, whether
Exactly.
they want to or not.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think we
Brush
should have
off the
responsibility.
truth. The truth is painful.
okay.
Yes,
So
like the voter turnout.
Can you craft that in a motion for Mark? What you're saying, and take it step by step, because I think those two are not the same.
Let me interject here. Believe it or not, the people at those that we assign or put on as board trustees at both the airport, Arlington Waterworks, EDC, I have a lot of faith in those people, okay? And to be honest with you, I don't want to micromanage those guys because I'm busy enough as it is. And if there's something that really stands out, we need to attend.
Yeah, I like that, Daniel.
Would you?
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Well,
Sidebar. I was telling him he's got a very nice shirt on today.
so getting back to my point here, I don't think we need to do anything. Those people are very competent, and they have a pretty good attorney to make sure they're doing everything correctly. I don't think we need to mess with that.
But again, this is not really messing with it. This is the same thing that we do with the budget. Both the airport and the waterworks come to us to approve the budget. It's the same thing.
I understand that. That's the numbers, okay? I understand that. In this particular case, I'm very uncomfortable trying to micromanage those people. They know what they're doing.
I think the situation was different, though, in that we had just gone through this massive revamp of their master plan and rate increases and so on, and a casual, oh, by the way, we're getting ready to dump our general manager, I think would have been very appropriate.
And you know what? You're absolutely correct. Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
But at the end of the day, Do we switch everything around, or do we say, hey, next time let us know ahead of time? And that goes to all three boards. And I think they will provide us with that courtesy. I don't think we need to change the charter for that.
So I think that it's not giving you micromanaging power. It's just giving you what Ford said, just at least the courtesy of giving you that information. You don't know what the future holds. You're not, and again, I keep saying this, but this isn't about you or me or this commission or the trustees that are there today. It's about the future, and so you don't know what's going to happen in the future. But by putting in that safeguard, you can rest assured that it doesn't happen again, because now, while they will do their internal investigations and discuss it with their board personnel matters, before they pull the trigger, they're going to come and tell the commission, hey, this is the reason why we're doing this, and that's it. That's what he's asking for. He's not saying the commission is going to unilaterally go in there and say, we're getting rid of this guy. Or that's not the purpose. The purpose is to be well informed. And I know you like to be well informed about what's going on in City Hall. We need to be well informed about what's going on with every arm of the city, because that's important. And it's just having that knowledge. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Wouldn't you agree?
Make the motion.
I think he already made the motion.
And it was second, correct?
I didn't hear your motion.
No, I don't.
Repeat your motion.
No,
I didn't make a motion.
no, he didn't make a motion.
I was giving discussion, but,
So I think I said, tell Marv. Mark, I do that all the
Let me
time.
clarify this, because I've heard a couple different things. One is there's the possibility of the Harlingen Waterworks simply advising the city commission before hiring or firing. The second possibility is the Harlingen Waterworks getting, not only advising, but getting the consent of the city commission before making a hiring and firing decision. And then the third proposition was having the individual members of the city commission, all of them, sit as ex officio members of the Harlingen Waterworks System Board. Those are three different.
That's what I said. And
The last one's already on here.
This is the issue, right? Just thinking about it, personnel issues. Mark, as you know, if we go into executive session for personnel, for Waterworks to notify us, then the person who's being talked about in executive session can then pull the whole issue out, and that become a whole thing. I don't know if everyone is.
That's correct.
Back to HR law.
Well, I think that's okay, because I witnessed, and I've seen that a couple of times. I think it's crazy that anybody would want to do that in open session, but that's their right, and I think that's fine. I think there is I think the consent part and the advice part maybe is something that y'all need to really kind of maybe talk a little bit more about, but just being informed, I think, is important.
I'm just saying, throwing it out. I'm in favor of the advise and consent. I mean, that's what we do with the EDC. So I think that's what we should do with the waterworks.
Say it again, Mark. Advise and consent.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Okay, so before anyone was hired for that executive director position or terminated, they would have to first advise the city commission of that and get their consent. In other words, the city commission wouldn't be ordering them to terminate anyone, but if they wanted to terminate the general manager, they would have to have the consent.
And Gabe, this would be a special meeting?
More than likely, it probably would, because when you have an issue like that, it might be a joint meeting.
This is what we do with EDC, correct?
But then it would have to all be an executive session since it's HR info.
It's a personnel matters. The way that I see it is you would have the chair of the board or the lawyer, just to kind of, not the whole commission or the whole board. They would just come and they'd let us know what's going on. The same way that we were notified that Riddell was departing at the EDC. I mean, that's the same thing. Like that's the way that would work. I don't think there's any issue with that. I do think there's a problem to say, okay, the commission has the authority to hire and fire. You don't want to do that because that's
No.
why you have the board of trustees there to be able to make those determinations. But you want to be part of that, and you know, this is how you protect yourself, I think, in knowing what's going on in the different, and that will never happen again where you don't, you know, where you're not notified. I mean, Gabe and I, because we're ex officio members, were involved in conversations. And to your point that your appointees should have told you, I don't know if they should have or should not have, if that was privileged information or confidential because it was discussed in executive session. There's like a whole slew of things.
And also, when they made that decision, it was during the city commission meeting, so none of us could be there. So they kind of did it on their own.
Right.
And then later called us and said, oh, this is what we did.
So do you think that was coincidence or it was piracy?
No,
I don't think they did
I don't think there was any malice involved. I think
Okay.
it just kind of happened that way.
I think that they, you know, who knows, right? But they probably needed to take action, and they didn't want it to be lingering, is what I would imagine. But, you know, I don't know.
So where are we at? Are we at with just advice and consent? Are we doing like the EDC?
We're at 9:36 p.m.
I know, so I'm like, I'm trying to gauge, like, is it advice and consent? What, Ford, were you advising and consent, or what?
Yeah, I think the first city offered up your first option to me.
What was your first option?
Advise was.
Before hiring.
So just
the
advice,
firing.
or they have to let us know?
So just,
Is that where you're, what about you, Daniel?
Well, what I'm saying is, as it stands, and I can't find it, but I know you just read it, so. Right now, where it stands on EDC, where it stands on Waterworks right now, if they're gonna hire someone, advise and consent, correct? Right. If we go this route, right, then if we just do the advice, then you are saying the commission no longer has the authority to approve whoever they hire. They're just gonna tell us, hey, we're hiring Joe Sixpack.
No, I don't want that.
You've got that in the charter right now.
Right?
advice.
Kick it back, old school.
Phelan.
Right, little Sarah Palin throwback for her.
So then I'll make a motion for advice and consent.
Which I think is what the first option was originally.
Yeah,
So I'll make a
okay.
motion for advice and consent when it comes to the
And
waterworks,
is it just the waterworks?
waterworks, EDC, and airport,
Unless it's already done,
unless it's already done, correct?
And then you would just allow Mark to figure out.
Language, yeah.
to figure out that, okay.
Okay, so then
And-
we'll make a motion on that, but then my next question for you is ex officio.
So let's do that
Yeah,
first.
I agree.
So second,
Second.
okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries. And now,
Then the next motion I'll make is for the mayor, the city manager, and the commission to be officio member, non-voting members of the public utility boards.
okay. And so,
Well, do you want, well, since we're doing all three, we do all three, or, yeah. So I move that the city manager, the mayor, and the city commission will be ex officio members, ex officio non-voting members on the EDC, the airport, and the waterworks board.
I think you just need to add the city commission, because the mayor and I already ex officio.
Oh, so I don't have to mention them because
It's
of,
fine, it's just clear that you want everyone.
okay,
It's just not that.
okay. So let me do it again. I make a motion to appoint the city manager, mayor, and the entire city commission as non-voting ex officio members
Two.
Okay.
to the EDC, airport board, and waterworks.
okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries? Okay. All right. Moving on.
Now, one last thing, we've been talking about, I don't know, but we've been talking about conformity and on all of them, right? So on the utility trustees, what we've been doing with the other ones is, other boards, and we've talked about, is that all of their terms run concurrent with our appointing commissioner and/or mayor's term.
I agree.
So we would need to do that for all three as well.
Okay, that's fine. Do you want me to do the motion?
And then also, their term limits run concurrent with ours as well.
You make the motion, you brought it up.
That's my motion.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So you guys skipped over giving the mayor to appoint active members, or did you vote on that and I didn't catch it?
I think that was intentional.
I'm thinking it was.
Just like-
Okay.
I just played.
So in that same vein that you said keeping them all uniformed, all the other boards, the EDC now has 2 appointments for the mayor, as does the airport board. I don't see how the utility trustee would be any different. I think prior to us being on the commission, the mayor had all of the appointments on the airport board, and it was a trade-off, from what I remember, that the mayor had 9 appointments on the airport board and didn't have any on the EDC, didn't have any on the utility. And that was the reason for it, right?
As I understand from what you told me, reading the oral history, is that the reason the mayor got 2 was because the mayor didn't have a vote on the commission. Right. And if we proceed forward, if this commission proceeds forward with giving the mayor a vote on the commission, therefore the mayor should no longer have 2 board appointees on any of the boards.
Why would that be the case?
That was the compromise. Because before it was going to say, hey, we're all just going to get 1. And that, as I understand, the argument was that Mayor Boswell made, hey, I don't get a vote on the commission here. As such, I should get 2 at least. And that was, and Mike, now everyone's going to be Mike, Marvin, Mike. But Mike's saying that's accurate.
I don't recall that.
That was before, obviously.
Well, there was a lot of talk and a lot of conversation, and I actually, I sat here and was in this commission when you guys were talking about this, and I think that you were opposed, Mayor Boswell was opposed to changing the airport board, and that was the discussion, that, hey, you know what? Yes, the mayor has all of the appointments, but doesn't have any appointments on the utility or the EDC. And that was the conversation right here. The person that was sitting here. And so that was the justification for it. And now we already have the other boards that have those. The EDC is changed with their bylaws. And the airport is in the charter. It's already in the charter. That was what was voted on, to give the mayor 2. So how do you align them all if there's already in the charter, it says that there's 2 for the mayor?
So we can change it back on all.
In the charter.
Because now the mayor will have a vote.
How do you know that the mayor will have a vote?
Well, if that fails, then we could readdress this issue.
2 years.
So the only member of this governing body that is elected by the entire city does not get a vote, does not get an appointment on the utility board? Or are you saying she only gets 1?
1, not 2, because now when it comes to voting, we're all igualmente.
Okay, so I don't know that I agree with that, but
So you want to be able to vote on the commission and then also have 2 votes on every other board.
I don't understand why that is an issue.
Good point.
That's what that is.
No, I don't
Well,
understand
again,
why
that
that's an
wouldn't
issue.
happen. First, it has to be passed.
Correct.
Right.
And then we can't do another charter review for 2 years anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I mean, it isn't, to me, whether you do 1 or 2 here is not the issue for me. What's troubling is not wanting the mayor to have an appointment at all, which is concerning, I think.
No, I think the mayor should have an
You
appointment.
should have an appointment.
Yeah, I think we all agree that they should, but I think what they're saying is that now that if si Dios quiere, you get the vote. But if you get the vote, then
If it doesn't go your way, man, that is not.
Yeah, because the way it was, from my understanding before,
Dios no quiere.
the reason why you got the 2 votes on the other boards was because it would have to be like an odd number. You know what I mean? But now, if you only get 1 point, it'll be even number, but it'll just kind of echo what we do here if you get your vote, because if it's a tie, then it'll just fail. Am I right? Because it's already getting late.
Well, it doesn't matter to me. I do think that, and I know all of y'all do a great job. I'm not saying that you don't, but I can sit here with 100% certainty to say that the mayor, the role and the demands of the mayor are much more than any of the commissioners, just because you have to serve the entire city. So if you have 2 out of 7, you don't have a majority. So I don't see that it just gives it more opportunity for more people to serve and for the mayor to pick 2 people to appoint from the entire city. So I don't see that being an issue. You don't have any leverage because you have 2 out of 7 on any board. You're not going to have a majority. You're not going to make any decisions. It'd be different if the mayor would say, okay, I am going to have the chair of every board because you're the mayor. Then, yes, you're kind of, that is a little different. But in this case, it's just 2. But either way, it really doesn't, to me, the whole not having one at all was, I thought, the bigger concern. So
No, I think the mayor should have a representative on each of the boards. That I agree with, yes.
All right, so is that a motion for 1 appointment?
Okay, so the only thing that's concerning is you've got a 7-member waterworks system board. So how are you going to fill that 7th appointment if everyone gets 1 vote?
No, it would be 6 total.
So you want to reduce the amount of...
We only have 6. We only have 5.
You only have 5.
We only have 5.
You only have 5, then we're going to add 2 for the 7.
Oh, okay, so the 7 was a change.
Yeah.
Right.
So now to go up to 6, and with that 6th appointee being the mayor's.
Just so I can understand it, so then for this one, for the utility board, it's going to be a total of 6, and the mayor can get 1 pick. That's what you guys are saying?
1 each.
That's it.
Fort?
So what if one wins, or what if that wins, but her getting a vote doesn't?
That's what I was trying to say,
I'm sorry,
but nobody
repeat.
listened.
So then we don't vote on it and you don't get any at all. That's the alternative.
Why would you not have any?
That's what I'm saying, is that you get one or the other. That's the thought, right? You
Again,
either get 2.
okay, so it is not Norma gets 2, it's the mayor
I understand
gets,
that.
the mayor gets 2. So the problem with the mayor having 2 appointments is an issue because it should all be fair. Then shouldn't we all run at large, and then that would be really fair?
Comparing apples and oranges here.
No, absolutely not.
Didn't you just say that you're okay with 1, but
I
you're
am.
advocating for 2?
I am okay. I'm
What she's
I'm
worried about is if the vote for the mayor doesn't pass.
Right.
Because that's what I said, because it said, okay, well, then you have 2, you don't know that the mayor is going to have 1. But to me, that logic makes no sense to me. You have no voice, you're going to sit here, have no voice, but that's okay, because you've got 2 appointments on the waterworks. What does that have to do when we have something before us and we're approving a development that has nothing to do with waterworks? Like apples and oranges, right? Like that doesn't make any sense. That's ridiculous. It just doesn't. Explain it to me. I don't understand. How is that the trade-off? I don't think that's a trade-off. Imagine if I told you, you're not going to vote here, but I'm going to give you 4.
But if I'm the mayor and I get all the power of the mayor,
What?
I get like the proclamations, the orders, representing us at the MPO, all that stuff, the bully pulpit, everyone looks to me because I'm the chief executive officer of the city commission, then yes, that would be a fair trade-off.
To have
all of
board
that, yeah.
appointments. But
Because you're only thinking of it as just like a single vote, but you have to look at all the powers of the mayoral seat, right? Don't think of it as just yourself. Think of it as every mayor, all the powers. That's the distinction here.
No, I'm not, I don't totally disagree, but you would still want, and we're past that, but you would still want the mayor to have a vote to be able to know where the mayor stands. What's the point if you have, like the way that, just to kind of put it out there, the way that it was before, I would sit here in this commission, in this town hall, and I'd watch this meeting, and you have a mayor here, and you had my friend Mike here, and the rest of the commission, and the mayor had no power at all. He could say whatever he wanted, and these guys voted the opposite. So it doesn't matter. I don't see how that is that you have all this power. I think that we're all even when it comes to our representation of the city. I just think that the mayor just works harder because you have a bigger demographic. You have a bigger, you have the whole city, and you have to worry about District 2, and you have to worry about District 3, which is the way that it is, the way that our governing body works. I think it works good. I don't think that, I'm not saying that the mayor should have 2 appointments because she or he needs to have those and that it's going to make any difference. I guess that's that's my way of saying it. But you're saying we should not vote on this at all because we don't know what's going to happen in the election?
I just, Daniel forgot to mention the parking space.
And I don't know how it happened, but I got a really pretty thing on the pole
We had nothing to do with that.
nobody paid for.
A
Somebody
volunteer
just gifted it.
To
Yes.
Ford, I asked, because I do have your concerns, because I do want it to be fair. Because I agree with the one appointment for the boards, because she should be represented on the board. I do agree with that. But I understand your concern that you're saying that what if it doesn't pass? You know what I mean? So ask Mark if we can put it as a condition, you know what I mean, this will pass. But if she doesn't get the vote, then it'll.
In fact, Brownsville, when they did that, if you remember, they had, they voted on the formation of the utility district, but that would only pass, and then they voted on the dissolution of their GBIC and their BCIC. But the dissolution of the GBIC and BCIC was conditional on the voters approving the utility district. Because they didn't want to be in a position where the voters voted down the utility district and then voted to dissolve their 2 EDCs.
So you're going to put on the ballot, the mayor will get 2 appointments to the utility board if this fails.
It would be conditional on other things passing. I mean, you could do that.
Yeah. I think, you already have your motion for 1 appointment. Why not just leave it that way?
So you want 1 appointment on the utility board? I'm fine with that. With 1 appointment on the waterworks board?
Right.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Ford?
Is there a second?
Well, so who's making, I make the motion? Okay. I make the motion to provide the mayor with 1 appointment on the waterworks board.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
And that would include changing the members to 6.
Right. I hope. Okay, moving on. Sorry, Miss Avila.
11.3. Article 11, Section 3. Mark, you had a concern about this. It's on the building permit.
Article 11,
It's page 42?
page 42.
Yes.
And this changed from what? Let me see.
On section 2, why do we still have a public hospital listed?
I thought that was something that was going to be addressed by the committee, but they didn't address it.
That's archaic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My concern was with section 3.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so this one says, this proposition says the city shall have the power and responsibility to provide for the timely and complete issuance of permits for erecting all buildings. Obviously, timely and complete issuance of permits is something that everybody wants to strive for, but I really don't think it's appropriate to put it in a charter and thereby create a legal duty on the city. Basically it'd be a source of litigation if somebody doesn't think their permit was timely or completely granted. What if there's a good reason that it's not granted? We're going to end up in the courthouse over every time somebody doesn't think their permit is timely and completely granted.
Okay, so
Maybe there's good reason for that.
I'll make a motion to strike Article 11, Section 3.
Well,
So
again,
just-
strike the proposed
The
language.
proposed language.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And that?
So did you guys want to look at that? The functioning of the Chamber of Commerce, City Library, Public Hospital, General Welfare, or not?
Yeah, as there are no public hospitals in the United States, I would like to strike number 3, public hospital.
That's from section 2.
Well, what do you mean is that public hospitals? Isn't
They're
it
all-
like Hidalgo County has voted for, like to create a.
They're either corporate owned or they're 501c owned. But like San Benito had Dolly Vincent, that was a public hospital. No city can afford to run a
Oh,
hospital.
city owned.
Yes.
So I think that this is,
Yeah.
you can use taxpayer money to establish a hospital or to establish a chamber of commerce, a city library, and the general welfare.
Welfare.
But so, right. So, because I think that the city, way back when, owned the Chamber of Commerce, right, or something? That's where they worked together with the EDC.
Well, in the past, we had issued bonds for a hospital. That was about, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago.
And Harlingen did have a hospital, and part of it's at the museum.
Right. That's about it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to leave it there, or you want to strike it?
I want to strike public hospital.
Okay.
From section 2.
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Mayor, that's it?
All right. Okay. Well, again, I want to thank Ms. Avila for sticking around and engaging and providing us with your feedback of the committee. Thank you so much for volunteering and to everyone that served. And I think that's all we have. We are adjourned.
You sure you don't want my muffin, dude?